Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, fishing off the coast of Florida on Editor Perry White's boat, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and young Jimmy Olsen see a strange and mysterious glow on the horizon. A glow that Kent, making use of Superman's incredible eyesight, calls fantastic and amazing.
We've got to go out there and investigate it, Chief.
Are you crazy? It's getting dark.
Oh, don't be difficult, Chief.
I'm not chasing a light all over the Atlantic Ocean on a 34-foot fishing boat.
But it isn't just a light.
How can you tell from here? It's miles away.
Well, I can tell. Unless my eyes deceive me, it's something out of this world.
Gang, how many times have you opened your sleepy eyes in the morning and groaned, "Oh, how I hate to get up in the morning. Oh, how I love to remain in bed." Well, I bet we've all done that 1,000,000 times or more. Well, that song sounds just like we feel on a sleepy morning. And the man who wrote How I Hate to Get Up in the Morning is a genius of expressing our feelings in song. He manages to catch our laughs and tears, put them into his battered old piano, and come out with music that says just what we want it to. And that's why the whole nation loves and sings his songs, the songs of Irving Berlin. This month, Irving Berlin celebrated his 60th birthday, and next month his 40th year in songwriting business. And all America celebrates with him, for as Jerome Kern once said, Irving Berlin has no place in American music. He is American music. It's been a long, long time since Irving was a skinny little kid in New York slums. His father, a rabbi, died 4 years after the family came to America, and Irving had to help support the family by selling newspapers. Eventually, he got a job as a singing waiter down in Chinatown. His voice wasn't very good, and he couldn't write music down on paper, but his head was popping with tunes. Tunes he had to make into songs for all America to sing. These songs became some of our greatest hits. One of them is a ballad that almost rivals the Star-Spangled Banner as our national anthem. You may have heard of the song. It's called God Bless America. It's Irving Berlin's hymn of gratitude and devotion to the country to which he owes so much, and that owes so much to him.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
You can't ignore it, Chief. You've got to go out there.
Oh, where are the binoculars?
I've got them. It looks like a fire.
Yeah, let's have them.
Here, point them that way.
I know how to point them.
Well,
It isn't a fire.
What is it then?
I don't know.
whatever it is, we better get out there in a hurry.
Who's running this boat? You or me?
Now, Chief, don't lose your temper.
Don't give me that now, Chief Routine.
I'll take the wheel.
No, you won't. All lines up?
Yeah, all up.
I don't know why I let you imbeciles talk me into things. But I know I won't get any peace unless we waste time and gas chasing a glow in the sky. So here goes.
It looks like a barge or something.
Don't lean too far over the rail, Jim.
No.
What do you make of it, Clark?
It does look like a barge, but a fancy one.
Boy, I'll say it's fancy. All silks and satins and stuff.
All right. Stop the kidding. You've seen enough now. I'll turn around.
No, Chief, please.
Oh, you can't turn back now.
Mr. Kent.
What is it, Jim?
Look, there's a lady on that barge, and she's dead.
Dead? What are you talking about?
Didn't you see her, Mr. Kent?
Well, yes, I did, but I didn't want to say anything.
Let me have the glasses, Clark.
Here.
Of all the crazy things.
Well, I don't see anything, Jim, except silk and velvet and satin drapery.
Yeah, that's where she is. Right in the middle of them, toward the back. She's got kind of a long white dress on.
You're right, Jim. I do see her now. Good heavens. Hurry up, Chief. Get close to the barge.
Start, Chief. Slow down, Chief. Full speed ahead, Chief. Hurry up, Chief. Who's running this boat anyway?
You are, Chief. Swing her over to starboard.
I know
Hard.
what I'm doing.
Clark, what's the strange light pouring down on the barge?
I don't know.
It's coming from the top of the mast. It's a big bulb or something.
Okay, throttle down, Chief. We'll drift alongside.
Will you stop giving me orders?
Sure.
I'll get the boat hook.
Won't be necessary, Jim. Tide's slack and there's no wind. Just be careful we don't bump. You take the stern, Jim.
Okay.
Lois, you watch it here, will you? I'll take the bow. Kill your motor, Chief. Huh. That's fine. All right, we'll drift right alongside. Everybody watch it now. Hold her off. That does it.
Yeah. And now what?
We're going on board. At least I am.
Now, look here, Kent. I don't want you to...
Wait a minute. What was that?
Wait, sounds like a bird.
That's what it was. A bird's call.
But I don't see any bird. Do you, Clark?
No, but I see the light on the mast. Sound came from that direction.
Now I suppose you'll tell me a light can whistle like a bird.
Well, not exactly, but that light is no ordinary light. Watch it a minute. See? See how it flickers as though it were turning from side to side?
Yeah.
Look out!
Hey, the light's coming toward us. It's flying.
Oh, get down, everybody!
Is it gone yet?
Okay. It's back on the barge now.
Boy, that was close. What was it?
A bird.
Bird that glows in the dark?
That's right, Jim.
Well, that settles it. Now push off. We're heading back.
Nothing doing, Chief. There's something mighty queer aboard that barge, and I'm going to find out what it is.
Wait a minute, Clark. I'm coming along.
Yeah, me too.
Nothing doing. You stay here.
Oh, gosh, Mr.
We'll
Wyatt.
be right back, Jim. Come on, Lois. Stick close. Be careful here, Lois.
Okay. Feels like we're walking on velvet. Clark.
What?
We are walking on velvet. Thick red velvet.
Shh, keep your voice down. That light is beginning to flicker again.
Oh,
Okay, now it's quiet. Look. Look, there's the girl, stretched out on a satin couch.
Clark. Why, she's beautiful.
Yes. You stay here, Lois. I'm going to see if she's alive. The bird may fly at us again. If he does, fall flat on your face.
All right, but be careful.
I will.
Is she alive, Clark?
Well, her hands are cold.
Can you feel any pulse?
No. No, and I can't tell whether she's breathing or not.
Wait a minute. I think I have a mirror in my pocket.
All right, stay where you are. I'll come and get it.
Here.
All right, thanks.
Of course, I don't see how you can see her breath on the mirror if there's no pulse.
We'll see.
Hey, what's keeping you over there?
Tell him we'll be right back.
We'll be right back, Chief. Any breath on the mirror, Clark?
It's hard to tell. We better go back to the boat. Come on.
I don't think the bird wants us to leave the barge.
We're not leaving it. We're towing it in with us.
Well, that seems silly. Why not just take the girl?
Because, Lois, there's something queer about this whole setup. Listen. On the mast right above that girl's head, I saw a gold plate. And on it was engraved, the good ship Illyria, built in the year of our Lord, 1202.
1202?
Yes.
Clark, what are you talking about?
No, it sounds strange, but...
And Miss Lane.
It's all right, Jim. We're coming back now.
Here, take my hand, Miss Lane.
Thanks, Jim.
Here, Jim. Take this rope from the barge and tie it fast to the stern cleat, please.
Sure thing.
Well, so you're finally back. What'd you find?
Tell you in a minute, Chief.
Let's make for port in a hurry.
Go ahead. Start giving me orders. Don't tell me anything. Just give me orders.
Don't be that way, Chief.
Okay, she's tied fast, Mr. Kent.
Good,
What's
Jim.
tied fast?
The barge. We're towing her in.
Oh, we are?
Yes.
What do you think I'm running, a tug?
Please, Chief, we haven't much time.
That's too bad. I'm not ruining my boat towing barges around. Let the Coast Guard tow it in.
Now, look, Chief, if that girl's alive, she won't stay that way much longer.
Oh, all right. That's my trouble, a soft heart. I should have put my foot down in the first place.
Let's see.
Hey, what are you doing with that radio?
Contacting the Coast Guard. I want them to have a doctor standing by when we come in. Marauder to Coast Guard. Marauder to Coast Guard.
Towing the strange barge with its strange human cargo astern, Perry White's cruiser heads for the distant shore. We'll be back in a moment to discover, if we can, what mystery has come out of the sea. So keep listening.
You know, gang, some of Irving Berlin's best songs have been written by him on an aged carved oak piano, which he bought over 40 years ago. You see, Irving can neither read nor write music, and can compose in only one key, F sharp. Well, this particular piano has a lever beneath the keyboard with which he can transpose his tunes into any key he wants to as he plays them. That's the way he composed an American Christmas carol called White Christmas. That's the way he wrote our greatest ragtime song, Alexander's Ragtime Band. That's the way he created the ever-popular Easter Parade, always, and a pretty girl is like a melody. During the war, Irving wrote the famous show, This is the Army, which netted the Army emergency relief something like $10 million. Then he wrote Any Bonds Today for the Treasury Department. In addition, the royalties he earned for his song, God Bless America, he turned over to the Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and Campfire Girls. Irving Berlin's talent and money is always at the service of his country and his countrymen. His music is ours. He caught the rhythm and flavor of America in his songs, the holidays, the dancing, the lovemaking. It's all there. The little fellow who came here from Europe, skinny and hungry, who sold newspapers when his father, the rabbi, died, and who then became a singing waiter down in Chinatown, is today the top songwriter in Tin Pan Alley. And he is one of the many examples that prove America, her culture, and her way of life is the result of the love and gratitude of immigrants and the generations of those immigrants that follow them.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. A gaily painted barge bearing the seemingly lifeless figure of a mysterious girl and a curious bird that glows in the dark is now tied up at the municipal dock of a Florida fishing port. Perry White, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen look on anxiously as the doctor, summoned by the Coast Guard, examines the girl.
My stethoscope, please, young man.
Yes, sir, right here.
Thank you.
Any heartbeat at all, Doctor?
Just a trace, Mr. Kent.
Well, at least she's alive.
Alive, yes. Where did I put my flash?
This one, sir?
The pinpoint light? Yes, that's it, thank you. Now, let me see.
What's he looking in her eyes for, Mr. Kent?
Hush, Jim.
It's very strange. Very strange indeed. Look here, Mr. White.
What is it?
Watch the pupils of her eyes. See what happens when I put the light on them.
Gosh, they get bigger and bigger.
That's right.
Well, isn't that unusual, Doctor? Don't the pupils contract? Get smaller under light?
Either that or they show no reaction at all. I don't quite understand this.
Could she possibly be suffering from some form of sleeping sickness?
I doubt it, Mr. Kent.
What else could it be?
I can't give you an answer now, Miss Lane. I can only say that this young woman is in a mysterious state of unconsciousness, the like of which I have never seen nor heard of in all my 20 years of medical practice. It is my opinion that if she's not awakened within the next few hours, she will most certainly die.
As though echoing the doctor's pronouncement of impending doom, the strange glowing bird perched on top of the mast whistles mournfully. Who is the unconscious girl on the barge? Gang, this is the beginning of the strangest, most exciting Superman story you have ever heard. So don't miss a word of it. Tune in tomorrow for Chapter 2 of the amazing mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you will hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman races against death in a valiant effort to save the mysterious Sleeping Beauty found at sea.
She's paler, Doctor, and her hands are dry and hot.
I was afraid of that. body is losing moisture.
Well, shall we try giving her water?
I'm afraid she can't swallow it.
No?
No, that won't work out. I have some pills here at the hospital that may help, at least temporarily. But
Can I come right over for them?
the hospital is 60 miles from where you are, Mr. Kent.
I know, but I think
Take you 2 hours or more to get here and back.
Maybe not. Just stand by. We'll work this out.
Try to picture a situation, gang, in which you wake up in the morning hungry as a bear. You jump out of bed, clean your teeth, wash, dress, then dash into the dining room or kitchen for your breakfast. But when you get there, you are greeted by the sight of your mother's sad face and her broken-hearted announcement that there is nothing to eat in the house. No food at all. Sounds impossible, doesn't it? You can't believe anything like that is possible ever, anywhere. Well, let me tell you how wrong you are. Because there are many places in the war-torn world today where scenes like the one I just described to you happen almost every day. That's right. As a matter of fact, nearly half of all the children in the world, about 230 million of them in Europe and Asia, are almost always hungry. Many of them are sick, very sick, as a result of being undernourished and improperly dressed. Can you think of a more unhappy situation than that? And can you think of anyone who needs your help more than those 230 million unfortunate boys and girls? I'll bet you can. What can you do about it? Plenty. Here's one thing you lucky boys and girls of America can do. You can join the newly organized Crusade for Children and lend your efforts to the campaign to make life more bearable and far more pleasant for those sick, hungry, and unhappy children in Europe and Asia. This is your chance to do your part to help boys and girls like yourself to grow up strong and healthy, and by so doing, deserve the gratitude of those children who will someday grow up to help you make this a world of peace and plenty for all. In a little while, I'll tell you more, so keep listening.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
Fishing off the coast of Florida on Editor Perry White's boat, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and young Jimmy Olsen noticed a mysterious glow on the horizon. Investigating, they found a strangely beautiful barge, hand-carved and brilliantly painted, floating on the water some 5 miles offshore. As they drew closer to the craft, they were attacked without warning by a small bird, whose shape and color they could not see because of the blinding phosphorescent light surrounding it. Understanding, finally, that they meant no harm, the bird allowed Kent and Lois to board the barge, where, to their amazement, they found a beautiful young girl either dead or in a deep sleep. As we continue now, the mysterious barge has been towed into shore and is tied up at a pier. In the gathering darkness, Kent and Lois look on anxiously as a doctor summoned by the Coast Guard examines the girl. There are long moments of silence. Then, finally, the doctor speaks.
I'm afraid there's very little I can tell you, Mr. Kent. Miss Lane?
Well, at least she's not dead.
No, but she's in a peculiar state of unconsciousness, the like of which I have never seen nor heard of in all my 20 years of medical practice. And I believe that unless she's awakened within the next few hours, she'll die. What's that?
That's the bird that was with her on the boat. It seems to understand what you're saying. It's uncanny.
It makes chills run up and down my spine. Isn't there anything we can do, Doctor? Hadn't we better get her to a hospital as soon as possible?
Unfortunately, the nearest hospital is 60 miles from here. In her condition, I don't think she should be moved that far.
Well, we could probably make her comfortable at the hotel, Lois. I'll run over to the Coast Guard office and get the keys to Mr. White's car. He's there with Jimmy, giving them a report.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Mr. Kent. I can drop you off.
Oh.
I've taken a sample of her blood. I think I'll spend the next few hours at the hospital laboratory making some tests in an effort to solve this thing. Your hotel is on the way.
That'll be fine, Doctor.
If you'll take my bag, Miss Lane, I'll help Mr. Kent carry it.
Oh, yes, Doctor. Certainly.
I can manage alone. She's not very heavy. There we are. Light as a feather.
Clark, be careful. The bird is liable to attack you.
Oh, I don't think so.
Strange how he resents it the moment anyone touches the girl.
Yes, you go on ahead, Lois. Open the car door.
What about the bird?
Chances are he'll follow us. Go ahead.
Clark, look out!
Oh, good Lord.
What happened?
It's all right. All right. Just flew down and landed on her shoulder.
It's almost human the way he refuses to be separated from her. I don't understand
I
it.
think he realizes we're friendly. Get the car door open, Lois. We have no time to waste.
What time is it, Clark?
6:30.
I suppose all we can do is sit and wait, almost like a death watch. Oh, incidentally, the Chief and Jimmy don't know we're at the hotel. What about that?
They'll find us.
What's the answer to all this, Clark?
Oh, golly, if I knew, Lois, we wouldn't be sitting here with an unconscious girl stretched out on the bed and a strange bird perched at the foot of it, guarding her.
Well, at least we solved one mystery.
What's that?
We learned that the bird glows only in the dark.
Oh.
He's about the size of a crow, isn't he?
A little smaller, I'd say. Deep red, except for the 2 yellow spots on either side of his bill.
There goes that mournful whistle again.
Yeah.
He keeps repeating it over and over.
Every 2 or 3 minutes. Almost as though he were trying to tell us something.
Oh, now, look, Clark, don't make things any worse than they are.
Well.
All we need to drive us completely out of our minds is a talking bird. Oh, I meant to ask you.
What
about that business of the barge being built in 1202?
I don't know. That's what it said on the nameplate. The good ship Illyria, built in the year of our Lord, 1202.
Well, that's impossible. Let's see, 1202, that would make it 700...
746 years ago.
46 years ago. Isn't that ridiculous?
Hardly seems likely, but... Wait.
What's the matter?
She seems to be getting paler, Lois.
Oh, no.
Quick, feel her hands.
They're hot and dry. Clark, she's dying.
Take it easy now. Don't get panicky.
Yes, but we're so helpless. There's nothing we can do.
Oh, that must be the doctor. I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Kent?
Yes, doctor.
Oh,
I'm at the hospital laboratory.
Yes?
We've made a few tests, but haven't found anything yet.
Oh.
Has there been any change?
Why, yes. She seems to be getting paler, and her hands are hot and dry.
Oh, I was afraid of that. She's dehydrating.
Beg your pardon?
She's dehydrating. Her body is losing water, drying up.
Oh.
What do you say, Clark?
Just a minute, Lois.
You see, Mr. Kent, once the body dries out, well, that's the end.
I see. Well, isn't there any way of preventing that?
Only with the proper equipment.
I've always been under the impression, Doctor, that human beings could go without food and water for days and
They
weeks.
can go without food, but not water.
Oh, well, what would you suggest?
I have some pills here at the laboratory that would at least temporarily stop the dehydration, but there's no way of getting them to you in time.
Well, now, perhaps I could arrange to have them picked up.
How?
I don't know at the moment, but where is the laboratory?
It's a 2-story gray building adjoining the hospital here in Palm City. It's 60 miles from where you are.
I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, can we try feeding her some water?
I doubt whether she'll swallow it, but there's no harm trying.
Very well, Doctor. Thank you.
I'll call you again if the tests we're making turn up anything.
Right.
Well, what is it?
Got to work fast,
Well,
Lois.
I know that, but what do we do?
Get a handkerchief or a towel or something, wet it, and put it against her mouth.
What in the world is that for?
Never mind, just do it.
Where are you going?
Got to find an eyedropper somewhere. I'll be right back. Lock the door behind me. 16 miles to Palm City. That's not too bad, but I've got to work fast. Out of these clothes. Only a few minutes to get those pills from the hospital laboratory. As Superman. There's the window at the end of the hall. Now, up with it. Out and away! Up through the night sky travels Superman, swifter than a rocket, his red cape streaming in the wind. Faster almost than the speed of light, he streaks over the quiet seaside. Soon he leaves the ocean shore behind him and approaches the inland city where the hospital laboratory is located. His amazingly keen eyes peer down, trying to locate the building he is looking for. For a moment he hesitates. Then he swoops toward one building. Then another. There it is. 2-story gray building. I see the laboratory on the top floor. Down to a window ledge. Down! There we are. Now up to the window.
What in heaven's name? What do you mean breaking in like this?
I'm sorry.
Oh, right, Superman.
Forgive me if I startled you, Doctor, but I had to get in as quickly as possible.
Well, what is it you want?
Some medicine. Pills, I think. Clark Kent said...
Yes, of course. I have them right here.
Good.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you.
The directions are on the bottle.
Good. Now, I'll leave the way I came, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course not.
Thank you again, Doctor.
Don't mention it. I only hope they work.
I hope so, too. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Out and away! Streaking into the sky again, Superman once more calls on his mighty muscles for their last ounce of speed. Will he arrive in time? And if he does, will the medicine save the strange, unconscious girl? We'll return in a moment to find out. So keep listening.
Give me just a moment, gang, to answer some of your questions about how to help the starving children overseas. First, join the Crusade for Children. What is that? Well, the Crusade for Children is a nationwide organization designed to enlist the active aid of America's boys and girls in a drive to raise funds with which to buy food, clothing, and medicines for the sick and starving children of Europe and Asia. Who is behind this drive? The Crusade for Children is sponsored by the American Overseas Aid and the United Nations Appeal for Children. How can you join the Crusade for Children? There are no application blanks to fill out, no membership fees, no cards, no buttons or identification. You simply decide that you must do your part to help those boys and girls who are so much less fortunate than you are. From there on, you do everything you can to raise funds. You may canvass your family and friends as well as your neighbors. Get a group of other boys and girls to help you give a play or party for which you charge admissions. Make and sell cookies. In short, do everything you can to raise money, no matter how much or how little. Then turn the money into your city's headquarters for the American Overseas Aid and United Nations Appeal for Children. Remember that every penny you turn in will help in part to save the half of your own generation that is so desperately struggling for life in parts of Europe and Asia. Keep in mind that 230 million sick and starving boys and girls are looking to you, counting on you not to let them down. Don't let them down, gang. Put your shoulder to the wheel. Do everything you can to save those children. And you will help to save the future of the world.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Hurtling through the darkness, the Man of Steel covers 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles in the space of seconds, and finally drops to the open window of the hotel corridor he left a bare few minutes ago. Quickly he dons Clark Kent's clothes and horn-rimmed glasses hidden under his wide flowing cape. That done, he steps to the locked door of the room where Lois Lane is watching over the mysteriously unconscious girl.
Who is it?
It's Clark. Open up, Lois. I've got the pills, Lois. Now we can... What's the matter?
Clark. She's dead.
Stunned and bewildered, Clark Kent stands in the doorway, staring at the still white figure on the bed. For the first time in his life, he realizes that even Superman has failed. And more important, the secret of who the strange young girl is and how she came to be afloat on the ocean will be lost forever. Or will it? There's a surprise in store for all of us in tomorrow's tense and exciting episode. So be sure to tune in again tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 3 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you will hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, is convinced that the only thing that will awaken the mysterious Sleeping Beauty is the song of the Scarlet Bird.
You know, it's a strange thing, but she seems to get stronger whenever that bird sings. Did you notice that, Lois?
Oh, Clark, I don't think it has anything to do with the bird or its singing.
Wait a minute. I'll wager I know what it is. I'll bet that if we could complete that melody, it might bring her back to life.
Gang, all of us want to be popular with our friends. We want to be looked up to and admired. That's only natural. But it takes certain special qualities to make a person popular. You have to have the knack of getting along with all kinds of people. But it doesn't take any magic formula to do that. It takes only a real interest in other boys and girls. When you say, "Hi, kid, what's new?" show that you really want to know what's new. Don't just say an empty phrase. Then listen carefully to what your friend has to tell you. Show that you really care about what's been happening to him. And here's another tip. You'll find that a popular boy or girl is never a fair-weather friend. He's never buddy-buddy with you when things aren't going your way and out of sight when you're in a jam. He's always a good pal, a real friend. He's around when you need him, when the going gets tough, and he'll stick by you through thick and thin. Believe me, gang, true friends aren't soon forgotten. And finally, remember that popular boys and girls pick their close friends wisely. Their best pals are only the finest kids in the neighborhood. That's a proof that their friendship stands for something and isn't given lightly. They are on good terms with everyone, but their real buddies are tried and true boys and girls who rate with them because they are regular guys. Well, gang, those are a few suggestions for you to mull over in your mind. It's not some magic formula that gives boy or girl lots of friends. It's just being a good friend in return.
And now, the adventures of Superman. You remember the doctor who examined the mysterious sleeping girl found aboard the ancient, magnificently decorated barge could tell Clark Kent and Lois Lane nothing of the nature of her seemingly deep sleep. But he did say that if she were not awakened in a few hours, she would die. While the girl was being taken to Lois's hotel room, Editor Perry White and Jimmy Olsen went to make a report at the Coast Guard offices. When it looked as though the girl's life was really ebbing away, Clark Kent, in his true role of Superman, made a desperate attempt to get some pills from a hospital laboratory 60 miles away, which might possibly save her. But on his return, as Clark Kent again, Lois met him at the door to tell him that in his absence, the girl had died. Momentarily stunned, he finally found voice.
Why, I can't believe it, Lois. I've only been gone a few minutes.
It happened just after you left. Oh, Clark.
How did you find out?
I decided to take her pulse to see if she was any weaker. And her pulse had stopped completely.
Here, let me try it.
It's no use, Clark.
Oh, you're wrong. It's still beating, very faintly.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well,
Wait, Scott, I forgot about the pills. Here, put one on her tongue.
where did you get them?
Never mind that now. Hurry. Say, that's strange.
What?
When the bird started to sing, her pulse became much stronger. Now that he stopped, the pulse is weaker again.
Really, Clark, now you're going too far. It's probably only the pill working.
Maybe, but I've had a feeling all along that bird's peculiar song has something to do with the mystery of her sleep, and now I'm certain of it.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm sure there must be some connection between the song that bird sings and her awakening. I don't know what it is, any more than you do.
Well, now that you've gotten that bright idea, what do you intend to do about it?
I have an idea, Lois. Do you remember Kogal?
Kogal? No. Who's he?
You remember the man who helped us decode that musical spy message?
Oh, yes, I do. The Hungarian musician who teaches at the Metropolis Conservatory.
That's right.
But what good can he do as he's in Metropolis and we're in Florida?
I'm going to call him on the telephone. You keep an eye on the girl and keep those pills on her tongue. Hello? Operator? Operator?
Your order, please.
Oh, I'd like to put through a long-distance call to Metropolis, person to person, to Stefan Kogal, Kogal, Park Boulevard, Metropolis. And, operator, will you make it as fast as you can, please?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Kogal.
Yes, who is this?
Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Why, hello, Kent.
Hello.
It's a long time since I've heard from you.
Yes, I know, Kogal. I need your help once more.
It's fine, fine. What is it this time? Another enemy message? message written in music?
No, Kogal. This time I'm afraid it's even tougher than that.
I like problems.
Good.
The tougher the better.
Well, listen to this one. I'm calling from a hotel room in Florida. There's a girl here in the room in a deep sleep. She's dying, and no one can awaken her. She has a bird with her who sings a strange, unfinished tune. Now, I'm just taking a wild chance that this tune, the whole tune, is the key to her awakening.
I see. And you think I can help you get the completed song?
That's right. Now, listen. I'll whistle the tune for you over the telephone.
All right. Go ahead.
That's all.
Well, it isn't much, but offhand, I'd say it sounds like a 12th or 13th century melody.
You're on the right track, Kogal. Do you know the name of it or where I can get a copy?
If only Horace Pinder was there.
Horace Pinder? Who's he?
He's a friend of mine. Horace Pinder is a friend of mine. He is an expert in medieval music, but he's been ill. For the past 20 years, he's lived in Arizona.
Does he have a telephone?
No, he hasn't.
No?
He lives by himself in a small white house in the hills near Tucson in Arizona.
I see.
He's become pretty much of a hermit. You see, he's very old.
Well, I'm going to try to contact him anyway, Kogal. It's our only chance. Meanwhile, if you hit on anything, will you let me know?
Yes.
You can reach me at Pine 621 at Sands Point, Florida.
Pine 621.
Right.
Sands Point, Florida.
That's right.
I'll do my best, Kent. You can be sure of that.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, I told you it wouldn't work. Somehow you managed to find more blank walls to hit your head against, Clark.
We've gone through blank walls before, Lois.
What? How are you going to get through this one?
I'll wire Horace Pinder. You sit tight, and don't forget, lock this door. Now, how do these close? This time I've really got to work against odds. Small white house in the hills near Tucson. Well, if anyone can find it, Superman can. Now, up with this window again. Out and away!
And so, once more, within the space of an hour, Superman wings through the inky night. He knows he is fighting not only against time, but against the very forces of life and death. Faster than a thunderbolt, he hurtles through space, Red Cloak screaming behind him. Then, soon after...
This must be where I can find the little white house. Not far from Tucson, Kogal said. Well, there are a few houses, but no, Kogal said it stands alone. Oh, wait a minute. That must be it. Down! Down! No time to knock. Just try the door. Good, it's open. There's an old man sitting in a room at the end of the hall. That must be Horace Pinder.
Who is there?
It's Superman, Mr. Pinder.
Superman.
Yes.
This is a surprise.
Well, I must say you're not nearly as startled as most people who see me appearing out of nowhere.
Well, my boy, I hope you don't mind my calling you my boy.
Oh.
I'm really much older than you are.
You go right ahead.
You see, when you live alone in the hills this way, with only your thoughts for company, you spend many an hour imagining things. I've read of you, and often the time I've wished I could be so strong and help people the way you do.
Well, Mr. Pinder, now you can help someone. That's why I'm here.
Really, I don't quite understand.
I'll explain everything en route. I see a number of musical instruments around. Perhaps we'd better take one with us. Let's see, that flute. Do you play that?
Yes, of course.
All right. You ready to go with me?
Go with you?
Yes.
You mean fly with you?
Oh, it's perfectly safe, I assure you.
But I'm not the least bit worried. In fact, I'm thrilled.
Good.
What are we waiting for?
Oh, wonderful. You go under my cape. Like this.
Oh, I wouldn't miss this for all the money in the world.
Then out this garden window. So. And up, and away!
With the little old musician and his flute cradled under his cape, Superman heads back across the country again, south toward Florida. Can his theory that the song of the Scarlet Bird has something to do with the mysterious girl's awakening prove right? We'll be back in a moment to find out, so keep listening.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, someone once said. And believe me, gang, no truer words were ever spoken. Because when you can prevent something from happening, you are much happier than trying to cure it after it hits you. But that goes for colds, the commonest of all illnesses and one of the most unpleasant. As I've told you before, this is the time of year when colds are most prevalent, mostly because folks have a tendency to be careless on account of the first glimmerings of spring fool them into thinking summer is here. Now, if you want to avoid a nasty cold, don't let yourself be fooled. Also, remember these simple rules. Be careful of the clothes you wear. This is not yet the time for a switch to light summer clothes. Avoid getting overheated. When you permit yourself to become damp or wet with perspiration, you are laying yourself wide open to the cold germs. Keep out of drafts, for drafts are the cold germs' most powerful allies. Eat well, but sensibly, because an upset stomach at this time of the year makes you susceptible to colds. Get plenty of sleep and rest, for these are the greatest enemies of the cold bug. Above all else, do as Mother tells you to do, because she knows best. And if you should feel a little out of sorts or discover that you have the sniffles, tell Mother about it right away. Get into bed when she tells you to, because spending one day in bed may save you from spending a whole week in the house. Be smart, be sensible. Concentrate your efforts on prevention, and a cure will then be unnecessary.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. With no time to return to the guise of Clark Kent, Superman, still garbed in his red cape and blue costume, enters the room of the Florida Hotel with the old musician. At the moment, Lois, Horace Pinder, and the Man of Steel are waiting silently for the strange scarlet bird to trill its peculiar melody.
Just when we want to hear it, he won't sing.
Patience, Miss Lane.
There. He's starting.
Quiet.
That's it, Mr. Pinder. The melody he's been singing all along. Does it mean anything to you?
Kogal was right. It is undoubtedly part of a 12th or 13th century litany.
Yes, the trouble is the bird stops short. He doesn't finish it. If you can somehow conclude that melody, Mr. Pinder, Clark Kent thinks it may have an effect on the girl.
I will try.
But we've got to hurry. It's been almost 2 hours since we brought her here.
Right.
And the doctor said unless you regain consciousness in 2 hours...
Just let me take my flute out of its cage.
There may be only minutes left.
Are you ready, Mr. Pinder?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good.
Now, let us see what we can do.
Raising the slender silver flute to his lips, the little old musician prepares to mimic the plaintive melody of the bird and, if possible, to add the missing notes. And as he does so, both Lois and Superman watch the mysterious girl lying still and white on the bed. What will happen? Gang, don't miss Monday's breathtaking episode, Chapter 4 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics Magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you will hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooter. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman attempts to work a miracle to save the life of the mysterious young girl found on board a strange barge.
Every minute counts, Mr. Pinder. Unless you can do something, that girl is going to die.
Believe me, Superman, I'll do everything within my power. I am old, and the road for me is coming to an end. She is young, and for her life's road is yet to be traveled. I would willingly give what is left of my life to save hers.
I want to take just a moment, gang, to read you part of a letter from a little Czechoslovakian girl who was only 3 years old when a great tragedy entered her life. Even though I was but very little then, she writes, I shall never forget the scene near Horrocks barn where my father was shot and killed by the enemy. After that, I was taken away and sent to the house of Elsa Schultz in Germany. They told me that from then on I was to be her child. But I was unhappy there because she always hit me. Then, when the war was over and the Allied soldiers came, they thought I really was Frau Schultz's child because by then I spoke only German. So they put me in an internment camp with her, and I got sick there. Then, when I was better, they sent me to a home for German orphans. And that was where my real mother found me. Now I don't have to be afraid of Elsa Schultz. I'm still hungry, and I have a very bad cough. But my mama tells me soon I will have more to eat, and I will get better, because I have good friends in America who will send food to my mama and me so we can get well and strong again. Pathetic, isn't it? Yes, and even more pathetic when you consider the fact that there are thousands and thousands of boys and girls overseas whose plight is just as bad as that of this little girl. Can you sit back and enjoy the food and comfort you have without sharing a bit with those who are so much less fortunate? Now, I'm sure your answer to that is no. Well, a little later, I'll tell you what you can do to help. So, keep listening.
And now, the adventures of Superman. It was only a few hours ago that Perry White, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen, cruising off the coast of Florida, discovered a magnificently decorated barge bearing a beautiful young girl so deeply asleep she might have been dead. And above her on the masthead was perched a strange bird, no larger than a crow, who, as soon as darkness came, was surrounded by so blinding a light that even his scarlet coat of feathers could not be seen. The doctor who examined the girl warned Kent and Lois that unless she were awakened soon, she would certainly die. Then, after all other methods of reviving her had failed, Kent finally hit on the idea that the melody the bird kept singing might be a clue to the spell she was under. And as Superman, he brought to the hotel room an old musician who was an expert in medieval music. And once again, Kent was right. The old man had played only a few phrases on his flute when the beautiful sleeping girl moved. Meanwhile, Perry White and Jimmy Olsen are still at Coast Guard headquarters, being questioned by a chief petty officer.
I get the story, Mr. White. You and Miss Lane and Mr. Kent and the boy here were on your boat, the Marauder, 2 miles off the Sands Point Inlet, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, go on from there.
Well, Kent noticed something on the horizon and insisted that we investigate.
No, Mr. White, it was Miss Lane, don't you remember?
Olsen, if you open your mouth again,
But, Mr. White,
All right, who spotted the barge first?
No, I don't remember. Might have been Lois who saw it first, but anyway, it was Kent who insisted on investigating.
I see. So Kent was particularly anxious, was he?
Of course. He was anxious to find out what it was. He's a newspaper man, and a darn good one.
What about you? You're a newspaper man.
Well, what of it?
You weren't anxious to investigate it. You said so yourself. You fought against it.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say I exactly fought against it.
Oh, sure you did, Chief. Don't you remember? You...
For the last time, be quiet!
We can listen.
Now, let's get one thing straight. Did you agree about the investigation, or didn't you?
Well, it's true. At first, I was skeptical. But then Kent convinced me.
Uh-huh. And he was also the one who noticed that the barge was built in the year 1202. Funny, isn't it, that no one else saw that before he pointed it out?
I don't see anything funny about it.
Then I'll tell you. Reporters have a habit of dreaming up stories like this one.
Are you implying that Kent manufactured this whole thing?
Could be.
Well, all I can say is you'd better be careful about any insinuations you make against my reporters or me. I've still got some influence in Washington.
Hold it. Try and talk him.
That report on the barge, Chief, it just arrived.
Shoot it in here fast.
Okay.
No, so the report's come in. That's fine. Now you'll see that Kent was right. The barge must have been built in 1202.
We'll see, Mr. White. We'll see.
Here you are, Chief.
Oh, thanks, Eddie.
Yes, sir. Is there only one copy of that report, or can I read it too?
There's only one copy.
What does it say?
I'll tell you in a minute, son.
I'll bet a month's salary it says Mr. Kent is right.
As a matter of fact, son, it does.
Ah.
Of course.
Samples of the wood, according to this report, show it was built in the early 1100s.
You mean it's been in the water all this time?
Oh, don't be silly. Let's see. It says here, no barnacles or moss present, probably not in water more than 7 or 8 days.
Oh, where's it been all this time, then?
That's what I'd like to know.
Is there any further information given in the report?
Only that a type of growth was found attached to the sides and bottom of the boat, which is not present in the waters along this coast, but which is quite typical of tropical sea vegetation.
Well, that certainly makes the whole thing a lot clearer.
Well, don't worry. We'll clear it up before we're through.
Well, there's nothing more we can tell you. Come along, Jim. We're leaving.
Not so fast, Mr. White. You'll have to stick around a while.
What? Me too, Captain?
No, you run along, son. We'll call you if we want you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you back at the hotel, Chief, in a little while. I hope.
Leaving the Coast Guard office, Jimmy hurries to the dock where the mysterious barge is moored, but learns from a watchman that Clark Kent and Lois Lane have taken the sleeping girl to their hotel. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Horace Pinder, the elderly musician, is developing the bird's melody on his flute as Lois and Superman look on.
Mr. Pinder, that's wonderful. She's moved both her arms now.
Yes, it's truly remarkable. I have always known that music enriches life, but I have never seen it actually give life back before.
Well, now that you've come this far, getting the rest of the song shouldn't be too difficult.
I think not. The really difficult part was getting the right key and tonal scale.
Well, then, I think my work here is done.
Well, goodbye, Superman.
Bye.
You have made me very happy, giving me the opportunity to be of help.
I was glad to do it, Mr. Pinder.
Oh, Superman.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Would you try to locate Clark Kent, please? I know he'd want to be here now.
Oh, well, yes, I certainly will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello, Jim. Where you been all this time?
At the Coast Guard office.
We better get inside, Jim. Let's see what's happening.
Okay.
Clark, oh, I'm so glad you're back. And Jimmy.
Hi, Miss Lane.
Where have you been, Jim?
He's been at the Coast Guard office all this time, but I was just going to ask you, Jim, where's Mr. White?
Oh, they kept him down there. They wouldn't
What?
let him come with me.
Why not?
I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry. Mr. Pinder, this is Clark Kent. You know Clark, the man Mr. Kogal told you about.
Oh, how do you do, sir? But I thought you lived in Arizona.
I do, indeed I do. But I had the pleasure of flying here with Superman.
Superman? Was he here? Oh, excuse me. I'm Jim Olsen.
I'm happy to meet you. Yes, Superman was here. I can vouch for that myself.
I had to miss him. Shucks.
Clark.
Yes, Lois?
I want to apologize. You were right. The strange melody the bird keeps singing does have something to do with waking her up.
Then it's really working?
Indeed it is. It is almost a miracle.
Hey, what are you all talking about? Won't somebody let me in on it?
We'll show you in a minute, Jim. Remember how the doctor couldn't wake the girl up?
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Well, just watch her now when Mr. Pinder plays on his flute.
Yes. Just you watch her.
Almost transfixed, Lois, Jimmy, and Clark Kent watch the sleeping girl's head move slowly from side to side as the melodious notes of the flute fill the room.
We'll be back in a moment to learn whether she awakens completely, so keep listening.
As we've told you before on this program, gang, millions of boys and girls overseas, destitute as a result of the ravages of war, look to you. They count on you, the lucky youngsters of America, to help them grow well and strong again by sending them the food and medicines which they need so desperately. And you can do that by joining the Crusade for Children, a national organization whose sole purpose is to raise funds for food, clothing, and medicines to be sent overseas to sick and hungry boy and girl victims of the war. Members of Crusade for Children all over America canvass their neighborhoods for contributions, And they raise funds in many other ways, too, including the staging of neighborhood plays, backyard carnivals, collections of scrap and waste paper, and the sale of cookies and candy made by themselves. They find doing these things lots of fun. And what's even more important, it gives Crusade members a feeling of doing something worthwhile to help others who are less fortunate. It demonstrates that they care about others and want to share with others. Don't you feel that way, too? Well, pitch in then and do your part. Every little bit of help such as that counts toward creating a feeling of mutual friendship and understanding among people of all nations, the kind of understanding which is the root and foundation of lasting peace. So join the Crusade for Children in your city. Don't delay. Do it right away. For more complete details, contact the local office of the United Nations American Overseas Aid for Children in your city.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Gosh, she moved. She really did.
Yes, her head and her arms. Did you notice that, Mr. Pinder?
Yes, I did.
Try it again, Mr. Pinder.
Very well.
That did it.
Did you notice she kept wetting her lips with her tongue? That means her sense of taste is now awake again.
Well, what happens next, Mr. Kent?
I've practically completed the melody, you know, Mr. Kent.
Then it should work out just right.
Well, let's not talk anymore. Let's get it over with. I can't wait to find out who she is.
Well, neither can I.
We better all be still now while Mr. Pinder plays.
That would be best, I think. The first sound she hears consciously should probably be the music.
Her eyelids are quivering.
They're opening. Her eyes are opening.
She's awake. Gosh, she's awake.
It is a miracle.
Wait a minute. She's trying to say something.
With a hot thou.
Mystified, Lois, Kent, and Jimmy listened to the strange words uttered by the mysterious young girl. What quaint manner of speech is this? Is it partly a foreign tongue, or is it possible that her words, like the barge on which she was found, are relics of a long-forgotten past? And who is Nakoma? Gang, you won't want to miss tomorrow's exciting episode when the mysterious girl tells her weird story. So tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 5 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen are amazed when they hear the strange fashion in which the mysterious Sleeping Beauty talks.
Kuma. Whither art thou? Gosh, she's talking to the bird, and he understands her.
Quiet, Jim.
Nakuma, thou art safe and well. It does my heart good to see thee.
Clark, her manner of speech, it's strange.
Yes, it's as if she's come from the 12th century. That's the language they used 700 years ago.
Today, boys and girls, we pay tribute to a great man who died last week. Father Flanagan is his name, and he was known far and wide as the beloved founder of Boys Town. Many, many times during his life, the famous Nebraska priest was known to say, "There is no such thing as a bad boy." That was his motto and his creed. And it wasn't just a collection of words to him. Father Flanagan lived by that credo since the time, 25 years ago, when 2 starving newsboys and 3 other lads charged with delinquency were sent to him. He took them in and with them started his Boys Town home. The home grew and received more and more public acclaim until today there are 5,000 homeless boys living there. Today there are dormitories, business offices, grade and high schools, farm buildings, and a thriving community in Boys Town. Democracy is the keynote wherever you go in the community of boys, which is governed by a mayor and 6 commissioners whom they elect twice a year. The boys are of many races and religions, for although the founder of Boys Town was a Catholic priest, he knew that there is no such thing as a bad boy in any race or religion. Young men from all walks of life will mourn Father Flanagan because he was a good friend, a man who was able to see the best in any boy, no matter how tough he might appear to be on the surface. Now it's up to you, boys, to prove Father Flanagan was right when he believed that there is no such thing as a bad boy and that all kinds of people, just like the citizens of Boys Town, can live together in understanding, peace, and harmony.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Almost as fabulous as the Man of Steel himself is the strange experience in which he now finds himself involved. The mysterious girl, a modern sleeping beauty found unconscious aboard an ancient barge 5 miles off the coast of Florida, has finally been awakened. And the very manner of her awakening was in itself strange. Discovering that the beautiful scarlet bird that seemed to be the girl's pet kept whistling a half-completed melody, Clark Kent reasoned that perhaps the entire melody might rouse her from her weird spell. Enlisting the aid of Horace Pinder, an aged musician and flute player, and an expert on ancient music, Kent carried the experiment through to a successful conclusion. And now, as we join him in the room of a small Florida hotel, he and Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen and Horace Pinder look on as the girl, stretched out on the bed, opens her eyes and utters her first words.
Nakuma, Nakuma, whither art thou? Nakuma, thou art safe and well. It does my heart good to see thee.
She doesn't even realize we're here.
I know. That bird has all her attention.
Don't be frightened.
Who art thou? Why dost thou surround me? Weeping lizards. She talks like something out of an old book. What saith the stripling? I do not understand. The words are strange. Nakuma, where hast thou led me?
Clark, you'd better tell her. She's terribly upset.
Yes, you must not become nervous or excited. You are among friends.
The words thou speakest. You? You? I do not understand the meaning of you.
Oh, it means the same as thou or thee.
The same as thou or thee?
Yes.
You? Strange. Strange, too, is this place I find myself. Why do I not see the endless sky above me?
You're in a room in a hotel.
Hotel?
Don't bother with all that now, Clark. Find out who she is.
A damsel's voice. It is warm and soothing. I recognize therein a friend.
I am a friend. Perhaps you can tell us your name.
Yea, I am called Rev Peyton. And this, my faithful bird, I call Nakoma.
Rev Peyton. That's a lovely name.
It was given me by my mother. It is made up of many things. Reverence, patience, and tenderness. Rev Peyton. Thou seest?
Yes.
Kindly, aged man, why doth he remain silent?
Mr. Pinder?
I am silent, child, only because I realize I'm in the presence of a miracle. I have lived many years and seen many things, but nothing that has so stirred me.
Thy voice, gentle and ripe with wisdom, brings visions of my counselor and friend, Hercules.
Gosh, you know what, Mr. Kent?
What, Jim?
Rev Peyton talks the way they talk in William Shakespeare's plays. You know, The Merchant of Venice and The Tempest.
That's right. Tell us, Rev Peyton, where do you come from? Where were you born?
In the fair land of Illyria.
Illyria? Oh, that's the name of the barge.
Yea. Long since it were the king's barge.
Well, what we'd like to know, Rev Peyton, is how you happened to be on the barge. Who put you there?
It is a tedious and not too pleasant to chronicle. And I would not burden thee with... wait. I would not burden you with it. That is right?
Yes, that's perfect. But you won't be burdening us at all, Rev Peyton. We're overcome with curiosity. Why, even Jim, the stripling, can't contain himself.
Hey, once and for all, what's a stripling?
Oh, Jim,
Nothing you have to worry about, Jim. It means a young man.
Oh, that's okay.
Excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Pinder.
Perhaps Rev Peyton is too tired to tell her story now. She has gone through quite an ordeal, you know.
You're probably right. Suppose we leave you alone for a while, Rev Peyton.
No. There is so much I wish to ask of thee.
Well...
of you.
We've lots of time for that. As a matter of fact, Clark, you better call the doctor.
Great Scott, I forgot about that.
He may want us to give us some food or water.
You can call him from my room. We'll leave you alone for a few minutes, Rev Peyton. Just rest and get some strength back. If you need us, call out. We'll be right in the next room.
Thy names.
Huh?
I do not know thy name.
Oh, that's right, you don't. The young lady is Lois Lane.
Lois Lane.
That's right.
It is as the soft murmuring of a mountain brook. Lois Lane.
Uh-huh. And this is Mr. Pinder, the musician who awakened you.
Awakened me?
Hmm?
Did not Nakoma awaken me?
Oh, well, we'll tell you about that later. Now, this stripling's name is Jimmy Olsen.
Glad to meet you, Rev Peyton.
My name is Clark Kent.
Clark Kent.
That's right.
I trust I shall remember.
Now we'll leave you just for a while, but if you should need us, call.
So be it.
Come, Jim. Mr. Pinder.
I will await thy return with great expectation.
Don't worry, we'll be back.
Oh, she's simply delightful, Clark. I'm mad about her.
Yeah, she's swell. There's only one thing I don't understand.
Well, there are a lot of things we don't understand yet. Now, here we are. Lois?
Thanks.
Mr. Pinder?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jim.
The first thing you'd better do, Clark, is call the doctor and tell him what happened.
Well, suppose you get him on the phone for me, Jim.
Okay, what's the number?
He's at the Everglades Hospital in Palm City. His name is Avery, Dr. Avery. They'll probably find him in the laboratory.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, what do you make of it, Clark?
Frankly, nothing at the moment. What do you think, Mr. Pinder?
I am both puzzled and fascinated. As for an answer, I have none.
There's only one possible answer. It's quite evident that she doesn't come from a 20th century civilization.
Now, if you're going to tell us she was born in the 12th century, Clark, you can stop right there.
No, not born in the 12th century, Lois, but raised in a 12th century atmosphere. Remember, she was puzzled about the ceiling of the room.
Well, didn't rooms have ceilings in the 12th century?
Well, yes, but they weren't made of plaster.
Dr. Avery, hold on.
I guess Jim's got the number.
Okay, Mr. Kent.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jim. Hello, Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Kent.
I'm calling to tell you that we awakened the girl.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's splendid.
She's fully awake now.
How did you manage it?
Well, I'll tell you as briefly as I can. Working on the theory that the bird's peculiar whistle had something to do with the deep sleep she was in, we contacted a musician and had him complete the melody the bird was singing. It was amazing.
As Clark Kent recounts to the doctor the miracle of Rev Peyton's awakening. Something strange and unforeseen is happening in the adjoining room where the still mysterious girl was left alone with her pet bird. We'll be back in a moment to find out what it is, so keep listening.
The Scoutorama is now on, boys and girls. Today at Madison Square Garden, 15,000 Boy Scouts will take part in this giant tribute to the Boy Scouts of America. The show will include all sorts of Boy Scout work and will feature a thrilling demonstration of Scout participation in a rescue at sea. Also, 200 boys on bicycles will do precision drills. And in addition, there'll be a pageant called When Disaster Strikes, a dramatization of the work of the Scout Emergency Service. All in all, it's some show, believe me. As you probably know, lots of cooperation will have to go into making that show a success. But teamwork is an old story to the Boy Scouts. That's how these fellas always get things done. For from the mighty Eagle Scout right down to the young cub, they all pitch in together and lend a hand to get things done swiftly and well. That's what's meant by teamwork. Now, a good scout is judged on the basis of how well he lives up to the duties prescribed for him. According to the Scout law, he must be 12 things: trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. Any boy who lives up to those standards is a good scout and grows up to be a good citizen. The way he worships God, the country his family came from, these things have nothing to do with it, as all scouts know. And even if he doesn't happen to be a member of the Boy Scouts, he can follow the same rules to be a good American. So now, to the Scoutorama and to the Boy Scouts of America, we say, good luck and good scouting.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent has just concluded his conversation with the doctor and returns the receiver to its hook.
What did he say, Clark?
We're to give her a quarter of a glass of lukewarm water every hour for the next 4 hours.
No food?
No, not until she's had a full glass of water. And she mustn't get out of bed. You'd better get in there and start the treatment.
Well, I'll go with you.
Yeah, me too.
No, you'd better stay here, Jim. The doctor said she mustn't have too much excitement. Keep Mr. Pinder company till we get back.
Okay.
Come on, Lois.
Right. How long did the doctor say she'd have to stay in bed?
Oh, just a few days. She's got to get some nourishment first, but in easy stages. Here we are.
Open the door gently. She may be asleep.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Is she asleep?
Well, great Scott!
What's the matter?
She's gone.
No.
Yes, the bed's empty. Both she and the bird are gone.
Stunned, Kent and Lois stare at the empty bed. Could this have all been a mad dream? Was there a girl named Rev Peyton who seems to have come out of a civilization long since dead and buried? Fellows and girls, this is mystery heaped on mystery. So don't miss one exciting word of what follows. Never has Superman been involved in so curious and puzzling an adventure as this one. And this is only the beginning. So be sure to listen tomorrow for Chapter 6 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, is with Lois Lane when they find Rev Peyton, the mysterious sleeping beauty, missing.
She's gone, Lois. The room is empty.
Well, that's impossible.
Impossible or not, it's true. Look, the bed's empty and the bird is gone, too.
Gang, I just want to tell you a few words about a young fellow whose name is Chris Yorkus. Chris is 13 years old and a very nice boy, but he's having a great deal of trouble growing up healthy. As a matter of fact, although he is 13 years old, Chris only weighs about 40 pounds. That sounds incredible, doesn't it? Because most of you who are the same age weigh somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 pounds. Now you ask, why is Chris Yorkus so thin, so much underweight? Well, it's simply because he doesn't get enough to eat. And what he does get is not the kind of food that puts flesh on a fellow's bones. Now, it isn't because his mother doesn't want to give him the proper foods, or even because he doesn't want to eat. Chris's condition is due to the fact that in the war-ravaged country where he lives, he just can't get the proper food. You see, Chris Yorkus is just one of millions of boys and girls overseas who, since the war, have slowly been starving to death through no fault of their own. Like the others in the same boat with him, Chris's weakened condition is due to malnutrition, improper clothing, and other unhealthful conditions which have led to his becoming sick. Now, Chris and all the boys and girls like him are looking for you to help them. You can do it by joining your local chapter of the Crusade for Children, which is sponsored by the American Overseas Aid United Nations Appeal for Children. Don't waste time. Do it at once. Your prompt response to this appeal will help to save Chris's life and the lives of millions of other unfortunate boys and girls like him.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Yesterday, as you remember, having succeeded in awakening the mysterious sleeping beauty, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, and the elderly musician, Mr. Pinder, left her alone with her pet bird in a coma and stepped into the adjoining hotel room to call the doctor. Learning from the doctor that the girl must be given small amounts of water at regular intervals, Kent and Lois returned to her room to begin the treatment, only to discover that both the girl and the bird were gone.
Jim, something terrible has happened.
Mr. Pender's asleep. He was tired, and I got him to stretch out on the bed, and he fell asleep. Close the door.
No, we've got to leave it open.
Why?
The girl, Rev Peyton, is missing.
Missing? What do you mean?
She's not in her room, and neither is the bird. Clark's going to look for them, and he said to leave the door of this room open.
Golly, where'd she go?
Well, now, if I knew, Jim, I wouldn't be standing here talking about it.
But she was weak as a cat. How'd she get out of bed?
I don't know, but I'm afraid
Lois?
that... Who's that?
It's Mr. Kent. He's got Rev Peyton. He's carrying her.
Good heavens.
Now, there's nothing to cry about, Rev Peyton. It's all right. You made a mistake, that's all.
Clark, where did you find her?
At the waterfront. She thought we were angry with her, so she decided to run away and not bother us.
Oh, you poor child. Now, here. Dry your eyes with this handkerchief. And you must promise us never to do anything like that again. We're your friends, Rev Peyton. We want to help you. Promise?
I give thee my word.
That's better. Now, just relax and tell us your story. Where you came from and how you happened to be on that barge floating out at sea. After all, we can't help you unless we know who you are.
I will tell thee gladly. Many long years ago, before my father's time, and yea, before his father's time, a small band of people, fleeing the hardships and oppression that had been visited upon the land of their birth, joined together under a benevolent ruler, and resolved forthwith to seek elsewhere a haven of peace and contentment. And so, on an appointed day, many ships set sail upon the sea, led by the magnificent barge of the king, the Illyria. 90 days and nights the ships sailed on, driven by favorable winds. Finally, land was sighted.
Our pilgrimage is at an end. Here will we rest our weariness, my countrymen. In yonder verdant hills, far removed from the strife of men, shall we find peace. What saith Hercamine, my counselor? Dost agree, O wise one?
Thy judgment, sire, is as always beyond reproach.
Then, so be it.
And so it came to be that the land in which I was born was founded. My people built their homes for peace, for goodwill, for gracious living. Crime was not known to us, nor was slavery, nor any form of injustice from which my people had suffered before they took their wanderings. But still, they did not feel entirely safe. One day a voice rose above all others in the meeting hall of the Supreme Council.
I propose that we surround ourselves with huge walls and heavy iron wrought gates. I further propose that these gates be sealed to allow no stranger to enter, and none of us to emerge.
Aye, good idea.
What saith Hercamine to this strange proposal?
Sire, can we not soften this decree? Can we not say that once a year our gates will be opened so that those of our people who wish to stay no longer may leave to wander where they will?
Methinks 'tis a wise suggestion. Is it agreed?
'Tis agreed.
Aye. So be it decreed.
And that decree remained the supreme law of our land. One day, not so many years ago, among the strangers who joined us, there was one who was unlike all the others. His name was Franz. He was of medium height. His hair was thin on his head, and the tones of his voice were harsh and not too pleasant to the ear. But his mind was quick and sharp, and he caught the confidence of many of my countrymen. So much so that at the death of my father, who had ruled well, he became Grand Master of our land. One day, I was sitting in the garden of Hercamine the counselor, when Nakoma came to rest on my shoulder. What dost thou and I build, Nakoma? Forsooth, a slip of paper, with writing upon it. And 'tis in a tongue I neither read nor speak. But wait, Hercamine comes, he will know.
Greetings, fair Peyton. How good it is to find thee sunning thyself in my garden.
Look, Hercamine, see what Nakoma has brought to amuse me.
What trifles amuse thee, child? 'Tis naught but a piece of paper.
Nay, 'tis no mere slip of paper. There's writing upon it. Strange and unknown writing. Look. What says it, Hercamine? What says it?
I cannot tell at this moment, my dear, but I fear it bodes ill, for there is a name affixed to it, a name we both know, belonging to one we do not trust.
Fascinated, Kent, Lois, and Jimmy listen breathlessly as Rev Peyton unfolds her strange story. We'll be back in a moment to hear more of it, so keep listening.
Once again, gang, let me tell you that one way to practice and live in the spirit of real, true brotherhood with people all over the world is to care about others and to share with others whose situation is not so fortunate as yours. As we've told you before in this program, millions of boys and girls overseas, destitute as a result of the ravages of war, look to you. They count on you, the lucky youngsters of America, to help them grow well again by sending them food and medicine. And you can do that by joining the Crusade for Children, a national organization sponsored by the American Overseas Aid, United Nations Appeal for Children, whose sole purpose is to raise funds for food, clothing, and medicines to be sent overseas to sick and hungry boys and girls, victims of the war. Members of Crusade for Children canvass their neighborhoods for contributions and raise funds in many other ways, including the staging of neighborhood plays, backyard carnivals, collections of scrap, waste paper, and many other activities. Doing these things is lots of fun, and what's even more important, it gives Crusade members a feeling of doing something worthwhile to help others who are less fortunate. And every little bit of help such as that counts towards creating a feeling of mutual friendship and understanding among people of all nations, which is the root and foundation of lasting peace. So join the Crusade for Children in your city. Don't delay. Do it right away.
For more complete details, contact the local office of the American Overseas Aid, United Nations Appeal for Children in your city.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Did Hutamin the Wise summon the Grand Master?
The name of the Princess Repeten I.
Was it thy will, my princess, that I come?
It was my will.
Then, though I am Grand Master of Illyria, holder of the highest office in the land, I am pleased to await thy pleasure.
Speak, Hercules.
Mayhap 'tis of no great moment, but the bird of the Princess Repeten found this scrap of paper we know not where. It bears thy name at the bottom of it.
And also, it is written in a strange tongue, which only the wise man Hercules can read.
Dost know of what thou accusest me?
We know full well.
Fraught, when the people of Illyria welcomed thee within their gates, thou gavest thy solemn oath never to communicate with the outside world again.
Why art thou telling me this?
Because this note is witness that thou hast formerly and art now continuing to traffic with strangers who live without our gates.
That, as thou knowest, is the highest crime in Illyria.
I am a patient man, Princess Repeten, and I have hearkened unto thee, knowing full well the debt I owe the people of Illyria. But I am not guilty of the crime of which I stand accused.
Thou accusest someone else in Illyria of inviting a warlike people with their warlike instruments into our fair country.
Is that what was written on the paper, Hercules?
Aye, Repeten.
The princess blanches. She grows white.
Yes, who would not? Thou art a traitor, betrayer of the peace-loving people who gave thee sanctuary and bestowed upon thee the highest order of the land.
'Twas not I who broke the laws of communication with the outside.
Whom dost thou accuse, then?
None other than she, who sits pale and trembling before us.
What? Darest thou accuse the Princess Repeten?
Thou darest accuse me of treason? Me, Repeten, oldest daughter of our kingly family? Thou darest?
Aye. Now I, France, Grand Master of Illyria, do accuse the Princess Repeten of treason to her people and to her country. And on this day, at this moment, I, France, condemn the Princess Repeten to death.
Her cheeks burning with a feverish glow, Rev Peyton pauses in her story as Kent, Lois, and Jimmy are held spellbound. How did she escape the death decree of the villainous Grand Master, France? And who placed her under the strange spell from which she was finally awakened? Rev Peyton's story continues tomorrow, so don't miss it. Be sure to hear Chapter 7 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serials soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you will hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper,
wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, listens in shocked amazement as the Princess Rev Peyton continues her amazing story and reaches the part where she is condemned to death.
And so, all hope was gone. The end had come.
You mean the council voted to take your life?
I, Sarah Kent.
But...
Listen, and you shall hear how it came to pass.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this corner we have Alfred Kahn, amateur light heavyweight boxing champion of New York State. 21 years old and weighing 175 pounds. Gang, that's our introduction of a 6-foot black-haired fighter who is probably the only ring champion to develop behind the barbed wire of a concentration camp. Al came to the United States last September, and his swinging fists have landed him all over New York's sporting pages. Possessor of a powerful right and a vicious left hook, he won the New York Golden Gloves light heavy crown in February by virtue of 3 consecutive knockouts. The young fighter was born in Germany, but when he was 12 years old, he and his family had to escape the Nazis. They managed to reach Shanghai, and everything was okay until Pearl Harbor. Right after that, the Japanese troops seized Shanghai, and the refugees were put behind barbed wire. That's where Al began to train as a boxer. With one eye on the lookout for the brutal Jap guards, Al would spar with his brother and other refugee youngsters in the concentration camp. When the war ended, Al registered in the boxing division of the Jewish Recreation Club in Shanghai. In spite of the fact that he was underweight and undernourished because of his years as a prisoner of the Japs, Al managed to rack up a brilliant boxing record there, beating everyone in sight. Last fall, Al Kahn came to this country as an immigrant. Today, he's on his way to boxing success. Take our tip, gang, and keep an eye peeled for the fighter who trained behind barbed wire and wears the Star of David on his trunks. Who knows? Someday we may be reading about Al Kahn, heavyweight champion of the world.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Yesterday, as you remember, the mysterious Princess Rev Peyton, freed from the curious spell under which she had been sleeping, began to tell her strange and fascinating story. Lois Lane, Clark Kent, Jimmy Olsen, and the old musician, Mr. Pinder, had listened intently without a single interruption. But now, Kent notices that she is growing pale from exhaustion.
You're tired, Princess Rev Peyton. You should rest a little now.
Nay, Sarah.
My name is Clark Kent, and here in America we say Mr., not Sarah.
'Tis agreed. And now, shall I proceed with my tale?
Well, do you feel strong enough?
Aye. The faintness has left me. But where did I leave off?
Well, you told us how Nakoma, your bird, had found a strange piece of paper that Perkamene, the High Counselor, suspected was a message to the enemy. Perkamene then accused Franz, the Grand Master. Have I got that right so far?
'Tis perfectly recalled.
Well, there wasn't much more, because when he was accused, Franz turned upon you and condemned you to death for treason.
Aye.
And that's where you stopped. Now, what happened then? How was it that your life was spared? And why were you placed on the open sea to die?
Aye. 'Tis there that my tale grows stranger still.
Oh?
Perkamene, shattered with grief at the pronouncement of the Grand Master, broke all existing rules and demanded a hearing of my case in a special session of the High Council. I was locked away in my chamber while the council gathered to consider the matter.
Order! Order! The assembled company will please come to order. Gentlemen of the council, 'tis only out of reverence for the illustrious name of our princess that today I have permitted the council to gather to hear the evidence in the matter of her plot of treason against Illyria.
Let Perkamene speak. Let us hear the venerated counselor. Does he defend the girl?
Speak, then, Perkamene.
My brothers, what can an old man say to a charge such as this, brought against an innocent girl, nay, a child? Think of the blameless life our princess has lived, and think of the deep love she has awakened in all our hearts.
We speak here not of sentiment, but of facts, Counselor. Thine appeal to our hearts will avail thee not.
I know thee, Franz, for what thou art. I do not appeal to thee for mercy for Ed Peyton, but to those of us who have known her much longer than thou.
Then we shall see how these her older friends cast their votes. So be it. I, Franz, Grand Master of Illyria, do hereby in open council condemn the Princess Rev Peyton to death for the crime of treason. Those who vote aye, raise your hands. Clerk, make the count. The hands count 1 and 20, and I cast mine, which maketh 2 and 20.
And all those who wish to say nay, raise their hands.
Old man, thy votes are 1 and 20 against my 2 and 20. The will of the Grand Master is supreme.
And so the die was cast. The council had spoken. Thereafter, no one was permitted to communicate with me until Hercules came bearing the poison cup, which was to put me to sleep forever. I was alone in my locked chamber, alone save for Narcoma, the faithful Narcoma, the unswerving, when suddenly the door opened. Hercules!
My princess.
Thou bearest a cup in thy hand.
Aye, 'tis a bitter cup, a cup of sorrow.
The council hath condemned me.
Aye, Franz convinced them of thy guilt.
And I must die? I must die?
Nay, my child, methinks not so.
I meanest thou, Hercules? What aught can happen now? Thou sayest the council...
Calm thyself, princess, calm thyself. I have a plan. I will not let thee die.
What daring plan does Hercules propose to try? He knows full well that defiance of the Grand Master, Franz, will mean death for him, too, if discovered. Nevertheless, he goes ahead. How? We'll know in a moment, so keep listening.
You know, gang, that kind of music led off one of New York's biggest and best parades a couple of weeks ago. Maybe you saw parts of it in the newsreel. It was a parade of young people who represented all the United Nations. They marched for the purpose of reminding Americans that there are hungry children all over the world who need our help. There were thousands of boys and girls marching, kids of every size, shape, and color, wearing every kind of costume imaginable. As you watched boys and girls dressed in the native costumes of Poland and France, China and Sweden, and all the other lands, you couldn't help wondering where they all came from. It was just as if a rocket ship had been sent to pick up a boy and a girl from every place on the globe. And here they were, gathered all together in one parade. But nobody had to make an expedition to find these boys and girls, because every one of them is an American, living right here in our own country. Yes, the girl who lives right next door to you, or the boy down the block, might have marched with the others, because scattered up and down, all over our country, are people who came from foreign shores. As a matter of actual fact, every single one of us is descended from an immigrant, someone who came here to America, bringing costumes or clothes or memories of another land. That makes this an exciting country we live in, a land where all races and kinds of people mix to make a pattern that spells America, a land of the brave and the home of the free. Let's do everything we can to keep it that way.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Hercules has just informed Rev Peyton of a plan he has in mind to defy Franz, the Grand Master, and save the princess from her doom. Listen.
What is it, Hercules? Tell me, what meanest thou to do?
'Tis simple. I shall lull thee to sleep with a strange melody played on my flute. But first call thy bird Narcoma.
That will I do. Narcoma, here, on my shoulder.
Now speak to him. For the sound of thy command he will never forget.
But what shall I command him?
To hearken to the melody I play, for the same melody which will put thee to sleep will be needed to awaken thee again.
Hearken, Nakoma, unto the melody Hercules plays, and repeat the song forthwith. He remembers well.
Aye. Now he will hear the rest of it. Then will he repeat it thrice over. But first, my child, lie thou still on this couch. Close thine eyes. Let thy limbs grow heavy. Have no fear, for I am beside thee.
So that's how you fell asleep, Rev Peyton.
I, Mr. Kent, so gently was I placed under the tender spell. I felt naught but peace and contentment.
And I suppose that's all you remember. That is, until Mr. Pinder here awoke you with his flute.
Nay, I remember everything.
I don't understand. You said you were asleep.
I was asleep, 'tis true, but the sleep that held me was of a strange nature. I could hear all that transpired about me.
Oh, but you couldn't move or see or speak, is that it?
Aye, but let me go on with my story. My people were already preparing my strange burial craft. It was the royal barge on which they had first sailed to Illyria. The movements and voices around me seemed far, far off, as in a dream from which I did not awaken.
Bow thy heads, my countrymen, for if Peyton is dead, reverence, patience, and tenderness in Illyria is dead. Place her now upon the red-draped bier. Now, all who desire to say a last farewell to their princess, step forward.
Cease! Have done! First, I will make certain that my will has been done, that life is gone from her.
Dost thou suspect me of duplicity?
Aye, old man, thrice over. And I warn thee, if the princess be not dead, if thou hast tried to foil me once again, 'twill go well neither with her, nor with thee.
Having recited the last ominous warning of the evil Grand Master of Illyria, the young princess sinks back on her bed exhausted. As Jimmy Olsen rushes to get her some water, Lois and Clark wait tensely for the conclusion of her strange tale. How did Hercules keep Franz from discovering the trick played on him that Rev Peyton had not yet paid with her life? We'll know tomorrow when we hear Chapter 8 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you will hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today day, the Princess Rev Peyton tells Superman in his guise of Clark Kent how she was cast adrift on the open sea and how she came perilously close to death.
At times, the barge on which I lay was rocked by gentle breezes. But then at other times, it pitched and tossed like a thing gone mad, and I feared for my life.
Must have been a horrible experience.
Aye, Sarah, it was all of that. But even more than the winds and the storms, there was the great winged creature that swooped from the sky to attack me.
You mean a huge bird?
Aye. List, I shall tell thee about it.
It doesn't seem possible, does it, gang, that the Dodgers, who were pennant winners of last year, are in the cellar of the National League today. But that's the breaks. Experts say the real trouble with the Dodgers is that they haven't enough top-flight pitchers. Well, could be. You know, it doesn't do a team much good to have a slick outfield if the pitcher keeps throwing fat balls to every batter who walks up to the plate. And such, unfortunately for them, is the situation in Brooklyn. For one thing, Hugh Casey, the fine relief pitcher who did so much to help the Dodgers win the pennant last year, fell and hurt himself just recently. He'll be out for a few months. And the rest of the hurlers are either overworked or just haven't got the stuff. You see, gang, it only goes to prove that for a team to stay on top, every man has to be at his best. And all men must work together smoothly. When one position is weak, pitching, catching, infield, whatever it is, then the whole team is weak. You need everyone working at top level before you can have a championship team and a pennant winner. Well, our nation is pretty much the same as a baseball team. We need all our people of every race and religion, from every kind of background and ancestry, all working together and doing a top-notch job. That's how we get things done. That's how we can set the greatest production records in history. How we can build skyscrapers and railroads, harvest fields of wheat and corn. That's how we can make America a country of miracles. Miracles accomplished by everyone working together and doing his very best. Gang, today the United States of America holds the pennant as champion of the International League. Let's make sure our country keeps the championship. We can only do that by working together.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Yesterday, as you remember, the Princess Rev Peyton had solved one mystery for her spellbound listeners, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen, when she told them how she escaped the death sentence pronounced upon her by Franz, the Grand Master of Illyria. Hercamine, her friend and protector, had lulled her to sleep by means of an ancient melody, and her bird, Nekoma, had been taught this melody so that he could awaken her when the burial barge on which she was to be placed was well out to sea. At this point in her story, Rev Peyton sank back on her bed as though still stricken by the terror she felt at the moment when it actually happened.
I can almost feel the breath of the evil Franz upon me. Never will I forget the dread in my heart as I heard him approach the barge. Had he discovered that still I lived, it would have meant not only my own doom, but that of Hercamine as well.
You needn't be afraid anymore. You're well protected now, and Franz is very far away.
It is strange, but I feel him nigh even at this moment. Even as thou speakest, I feel him close to me. I am afraid.
Oh, please don't worry, Rev Peyton. Just go on with your story. If you tell us what really happened, these strange fears may pass away.
I am grateful for thy endeavors to calm my distraught mind. I shall tell thee further.
Fine. Now, let's see, where were we? You had already been placed on the barge in the ocean, is that right?
Aye.
And then just as the barge was about to be cast off, Franz appeared in order to find out whether you were really dead.
That was when this terrible dread filled my heart.
Mm-hmm, but he never did discover that Hercamine had foiled him.
Nay, it was a miracle that saved me.
Miracle, you say?
Aye. It is hard to believe, I know. But list to the miracle of miracles which then transpired. Franz approached the barge as it was about to be cast off, and as my friends were mourning me.
Stand thou out of my path, Hercamine, or I shall strike thee down.
Here will I stand, Franz, rooted to this very spot, until thou departest. Thou wilt use neither me nor the princess so shamefully, while there is still justice in Illyria.
I would not strike thee, old man. Out of my way, I say.
The clouds are gathering, Franz. Beware!
What care I for the clouds in the heavens? Let me pass.
Depart forthwith, or I shall summon thunder to deafen thee. and lightning to blind thee.
Cease thy stupid mumbling.
It's thunder! Lightning! The sea! Look at the sea!
Hold! I withdraw her to me! 'Twas not my intention to stir the wrath of the gods. Cast her off! Cast off the barge, lest the gods punish us!
Aye, cast her off! Release the barge from her mooring!
I cannot tell thee, my friend, how this miracle was performed. But this I know, that only by that miracle was I saved. From the moment the barge had been cast off from shore, the rumble of thunder and the flashes of lightning disappeared.
It's remarkable. Tell me, Rev Peyton, have you any idea how long you were on the ocean?
Nay, sirrah. Days and nights passed me by without my taking notice. I seemed to have lost all sense of time.
Seems to me Hercamine was taking quite a chance. I mean, if we hadn't found you, you might have died.
Aye, 'tis true. But there was naught else we could do.
No, I suppose not. Do you feel strong enough to go on, Rev Peyton?
Aye, but there is little more to tell. It was strange to be there on that barge. Imagine it to thyself. Thou listenest to the lapping of the waters, but canst not tell whence it cometh, or whither it goeth. And this embodied spirit was I, little more. Once in every while I passed a tiny islet. This I knew by the stirring of trees and grasses. At one time, the barge was rocked by tender breezes. At another, we were caught as in a snare by the heavy winds and rolling sea. And all the while, poor Nakoma tried over and over again his pitiful little tune. My heart cried out to him, but he could not hear. I wished so to live, but to move was beyond me. We were two hapless creatures cast out upon the sea, defenseless and alone. But though Nakoma forgot my song, he never left my side, but nestled in the folds of my robe, close by my arm. And there he stayed until one moment, not very long ago, we heard a fearful sound. This time, as if the roar of millions of birds. It was darkening, and Nakoma flew to his perch on the masthead. How was he to protect me now? Closer and closer the roar came. As for the rest of my tale, my friend, thou knowest this as well as I, for that roar was made by thine own craft.
Oh, you mean the motor of our boat frightened you?
Aye.
Oh.
For it was a sound neither Nakoma nor I had ever heard before in our lives.
Well, Nakoma meant to fight. We can vouch for that. He almost scared us to death when he attacked us.
Truly, we beg thy forgiveness.
Oh, no, not at all. We're very grateful to Nakoma. If it hadn't been for the glow he gives off in the dark, we would never have found you.
'Tis well I know. My life was saved by my bird.
Say, by the way, Rev Peyton, at the beginning of your story, you told us that Nakoma had flown away with the note Franz had written.
Aye. He picked it off the table with his beak and forthwith flew out of Hercules' study.
Well, do you happen to know what he did with it?
Nay, I'd forgotten all about it.
Oh? Well, since he seems to understand you, perhaps you can ask him. Perhaps he's hidden it somewhere.
I will try. Nakoma, fly to my shoulder. Nakoma, think well. Rememberest thou the slip of paper thou once didst bring to me? Didst thou hide it? Good bird, sweet bird, tell thy Rev Peyton. Didst thou hide it in Illyria? Not in Illyria? Then whither didst thou carry it? Unto the border, mayhap. Good and faithful Nakoma.
Does that mean yes?
Aye, on the barge is the paper to be found.
Then tell him to fetch it, Rev Peyton, quickly. It may be very important.
Nakoma, go thou and seek out from its hiding place the slip of paper. When thou hast found it, bring it forthwith to me.
Wait a minute. I'll open the window for him.
Go, Nakoma, go.
And so Nakoma flies to fetch the mysterious slip of paper. Is it still on the barge? We'll find out in just a moment, so keep listening.
you know, gang, that in professional baseball, only 6 players have ever hit 50 or more home runs in one season since 1901? Well, it's true. Babe Ruth made baseball history with the Yankees when he went over the 50 mark in 1920, 21, 27, and 1928. Hack Wilson of the Cubs made the grade in 1930. Jimmy Fox of the Athletics knocked him over the fence in 1932. And Hank Greenberg knocked the stuffings out of the Old Apple in 1938. Ralph Kiner of the Pirates and Johnny Mize of the Giants each hit the record last year. Now, these 6 home run kings are the heavy-hitting greats of all time. They've walloped their way right into baseball's record book, a challenge to future players. But there will undoubtedly be others in the future. Why, some of you fellows who are practicing on the sandlots today will be the great league players of tomorrow. Yes, maybe the day will come when you will bat your 50th home run and land right up there along with the other 6 home run kings. Maybe baseball fame is in the book for the boy down the block, or the kid who just tried out for first base position on your team. Nobody can tell who the lucky guys will be. But one thing's sure, he won't be tomorrow's home run king because of where his people came from, or the way he worships God, or what his name sounds like. No, sir. It's the muscular skill behind his booming bat that will hold the answer. Power, steady nerves, coordination, and good timing, and of good fighting heart. Those are the things that make the great athlete and home run king. Who knows? Maybe that'll be you. So keep on punching. Learn to play the game. And always give your best.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Rev Peyton and Clark Kent, as well as the others in the hotel room, are anxiously awaiting Nakoma's return with the mysterious note. When suddenly, from afar off, Rev Peyton hears the familiar whir of wings.
There's Nakoma. He returned.
Yes, I can see him now. He's got something in his bill.
Rest on my shoulder, Nakoma.
He's got the note. Here, wait, I'll take it from him.
Nakoma, why dost thou fly away? Thou shouldst know by this time, Sarah can't means no harm. Back to my shoulder. Prithee, Sarah, take thou the note.
All right. Yeah, I've got it. What? Great Scott!
Thou palest, Sarah. What disturbeth thee?
Wait, it's incredible. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it.
Clark Kent, pale and tense, hands the mysterious note to Lois to examine. What is it that has excited him so, even drained the color from his cheeks? We'll know Monday, and it's a startling surprise, so don't miss it. Be sure to tune in Monday, same time, same station, for Chapter 9 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you will hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is a Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Clark Kent reads the note brought to Rev Peyton by her trained bird, and suddenly realizes that the hidden land of Illyria may hold the answer to the world's most puzzling mystery.
Right now, it's only a hunch, Lois. But unless I'm way off beam,
Yes,
unless I'm building mountains out of molehills,
which you have a habit of doing, Clark.
this note may lead us to a solution of the world's greatest mystery.
Which is?
Wait, and you'll see.
It was February 1943 off the coast of Greenland. The churning sea tossed the torpedoed soldiers around like empty bottles bobbing in the waves as they took one last look at their sinking ship, the SS Dorchester. What they saw they will never forget, for there on the deserted deck, already awash, stood their 4 chaplains, beloved by every man among them. Bravely they stood looking square into the face of death, with their arms linked together and their heads bowed. Each chaplain had given his life belt to a GI who did not have one. And now the 4 men, 2 of them Protestant, 1 Catholic, and 1 Jewish, stood together, their hands linked in friendship, as they raised their voices to pray. Then the ship shook with a violent shudder and silently slipped down into the unmeasured depths of the sea. Boys and girls, in commemoration of this deed of supreme heroism, our government has issued a new 3-cent stamp dedicated to the memory of these 4 chaplains. On the stamp is a picture of the sinking Dorchester, and grouped above it, the faces of Clark Poling and George Fox, Protestant ministers, John Washington, Catholic priest, and Alexander Good, Jewish rabbi. Across the stamps are the words, "These immortal chaplains, interfaith in action." This brotherhood stamp will soon be in every American home and in stamp albums all over the country. The words inscribed on it will be a constant reminder to us that we can best pay tribute to these immortal chaplains by interfaith in action.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, Rev Peyton, Princess of Illyria, finished her strange and fascinating story. After that, Clark Kent questioned her over and over again about how she had been condemned to death by Franz, the Grand Master, and of how she had finally escaped the sentence with the help of Hercamine, her old friend and advisor. Then, by further questioning, Kent discovered that the note which Franz had written to someone outside Illyria was now hidden somewhere aboard the royal barge on which the princess had been found. As we continue now, Nakoma, the bird, has just returned with the note. Kent has read it and turned pale.
Great Scott!
What's the matter, Clark?
Gosh, Mr. Kent, you're white as a ghost.
But it's unbelievable.
It's the very note Nakoma first found in Illyria. That I swear to thee, Mr. Kent.
Oh, sure it is, Rev Peyton. That isn't what I meant.
Well, what do you mean?
Lois, do you know what language this note is written in?
No, what?
It's in German.
German?
Well, let me see it.
Here. It's German. There's no question about it.
You're right. That means France was German.
Well, you can read German, can't you, Miss Lane?
Well, after a fashion, Jim.
See if you can't translate the note, will you? In the meantime, Rev Peyton, will you describe Franz for us again?
What meanest thou describe?
Well, tell us again how he looked, how he spoke. You know, just what he was like.
Oh, 'tis not difficult for me to do. He standeth before mine eyes always as an evil spirit haunting me.
Try to forget about that now. What did he look like?
Oh, leave her alone, Clark. What difference does it make what he looked like?
It may make a lot of difference. I've got an idea.
Well, there you go, building mountains out of molehills again.
Look, you translate the note, Lois. Let me handle this. Go ahead, Rev Peyton. Describe Franz for me, please.
He was of medium height, with thin hair of a sandy color.
Uh-huh.
His eyes were small and pale. They were without warmth.
That's fine. Now, as I recall, you said something about his voice.
She said it was harsh and unpleasant.
Aye, that it was. And with a curious accent.
Could you imitate his speech, Rev Peyton?
Nay, Mr. Kent, I could not.
You think you'd recognize it if you heard it? At least the accent?
Aye, that perhaps.
All right, let's try it. I'm going to ask Jimmy to say something in a German accent. Now, you listen closely and tell me whether it sounds at all like Franz. Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Well, what'll I say?
Huh? Oh, well, let's see. Say, I am Franz, Grand Master of Illyria, and my word is law.
I am Franz, Grand Master of Illyria, and my word is law. Okay. I am Franz, Grand Master of Illyria, and my word is law. How's that?
Of course, Jimmy's younger, but how does that sound? Does that sound familiar, Rev Peyton?
Aye. 'Tis almost as though Franz might have spoken it.
Good. Any luck on the translation, Lois?
Not quite, but I'll have it soon.
Please hurry.
Well, Clark, here it is. This isn't exact, but it's the sense of it.
Okay.
42 days from now, the gates of Illyria will be thrown open. I think that's what it means. Plan to enter at that time.
All right, now, let's see what we've got. We know Franz is a German. We know he came to Illyria a couple of years ago, probably soon after the war ended.
How do we know that?
From what Rev Peyton has told us.
But, Clark, we don't even know where Illyria is.
No, but we know it's a hidden city, right?
Right. Great. So what?
Well, so that means nobody knows about it.
Well, obviously, but where does that get us?
Well, it has to be on this continent. Probably in either Central or South America.
How do you figure that out?
Look, according to the doctor who examined Rev Peyton, she couldn't possibly have been afloat on the barge more than 10 days without food and water.
Yes.
All right. We found the barge about 5 miles off the southern tip of Florida. So, wherever it came from had to be within 10 days' drifting distance from Illyria. That would put it somewhere along the coast of Central or South America.
I'm all mixed up.
You follow me, Lois?
Well, yes, I think so, but granted that's true. How did Franz, the German, learn about Illyria?
We'll probably never know that. Somehow he did, soon after the end of the war.
Pretty, Mr. Kent. May I ask something?
Sure, Rev Peyton. What is it?
Thou spoke a word with which I'm not familiar a moment back.
What word?
Oh, I disremember now. Thou spoke of something at an end.
Oh, the war.
Huh?
You said after the end of the war, Mr. Kent.
Oh.
Aye, that is it. War. What means that word?
Gosh, you see, Lois? See how well Illyria was hidden, cut off from the rest of the world? She doesn't even know what war means.
I wish I didn't.
What means it, Mr. Kent?
Well, it means fighting between people of different countries.
Oh, it is a game, perhaps?
Some game.
No, Rev Peyton. It's not a game. It's a brutal, inhuman thing during which men on one side take the lives of men on the other. The war we're talking about ended only a few years ago, just before Franz came to your Illyria. He belonged to one of the countries fighting the war, a country called Germany.
Why did he come to Illyria? Why did he not go back to his own country?
He may have been trapped in Central or South America when the war ended. Perhaps he was a spy. We can even assume he escaped into the hills and just happened to stumble on Illyria at the time of the year when, as you told us, the gates were thrown open.
Oh, brother, if ever you decide to give up newspaper work, Clark.
Yes?
You can always make a living writing adventure stories.
Now, look, Lois, I'm only
Trapped in Central America, a spy, escaped into the hills,
I'm just...
stumbled on Illyria. What an imagination.
Well, it sounds good to me.
Thanks, Jim. And as for you, Lois, this may be a lot more than an adventure story. In fact, it may turn out to be the answer to a riddle that has been mystifying the world since V.E. Day.
I don't get it.
You will, if my hunch is right. Jim?
Yes, Mr. Kent?
In my room across the hall on the dresser, you'll find a map of Florida and a map of the islands off the Central American coast. Please get them for me, will you, like a good fellow?
Oh, sure thing.
Now, Rev Peyton, while Jim is getting the map, suppose you try to tell us something about... What's the matter, Jim?
Somebody turned the hall lights on. It's pitch dark out here.
Clark Kent's face clouds as he turns toward the open door. Why are the hall lights off? Evidently, Kent suspects something. We'll know more about it in just a minute, so keep listening.
Gang, many's the time you've heard a fella say, see that guy? Got bad blood. That's why he's so mean. Or, she comes from one of the oldest Boston families, a real blue blood. Well, all this talk sounds as if different people have blood of different colors and quality, as if you could have blue blood or bad blood. So let's get it cleared up once and for all. It's not true. Science tells us that there are no differences in blood because of a person's skin color, the way he worships God, where he lives, or where he comes from. You can prick a fellow's finger and look at his blood, but you won't be able to tell a thing about him from that except perhaps the state of his health. Now, science knows this to be absolutely true. And if you ask your big brothers who are veterans, I'll bet they'll tell you it's true, too. For many of our fighting men received blood transfusions during the war from patriotic Americans of every race and religion, from rich men and poor men, professors and laborers. Your own brother may be alive today because of blood plasma given to him by an Indian or a Mexican, a Buddhist or a Quaker, a Jew or a Catholic. It hasn't made your brother any different, has it? Then why should it make the people who gave it to him any different? Now, there are 4 types, A, B, O,
and AB. Anybody can have one of these types of blood. Now, type O can be mixed with any of the other types, but the rest can't be mixed with each other or the patient will die. So you see, gang, the only thing that counts when you're getting blood, a blood transfusion, is whether or not the new blood is the same type blood as yours.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In an effort to determine the location of Illyria, the hidden land from which the Princess Rev Peyton was banished, Clark Kent sent Jimmy Olsen for some maps. But as Jim opened the door of the hotel room and stepped out into the hall, he found the lights had been turned off, and the hall was in total darkness.
Who do you think turned them off, Mr. Kent?
I don't know, Jim, but be careful. Get the maps from my room and come right back.
Okay.
Is Jim afraid of the dark?
Oh, you know he isn't, so why say it?
You look a little jittery yourself.
All lights were on just a minute ago. Oh, well. Now, let's see, where were we? Yes. You see, we must find out, Rev Peyton, or at least try to find out, where your country is located.
But how can I tell thee, Mr. Kent? I've never been outside the walls of Illyria in all my life.
That's true.
Save when they carried me unconscious to the barge.
Well, now, maybe we can help you. First of all, Illyria must be near a river.
Why, Clark?
Well, Rev Peyton's people wouldn't have settled in a region without water.
Mr. Kent is right. Water flows at the side of our land directly into the sea, some distance away. It was there my barge was placed.
Okay, so we know it's near a river and not too far from the ocean. Now, is it hot or cold in Illyria?
In Illyria, the climate is mostly mild. It is neither too warm nor too cold. But 4 seasons have we, each delightful unto themselves.
No, that doesn't help us much.
I'll say it doesn't.
But there is this to add.
What?
Illyria is high on a plateau, but higher still stretch mountain peaks far above it, and there it is cold, with snow and ice in great abundance. Also, though on our side of the mountain, sun shines warm and bright, on the other side, bleak and dismal, with almost continual rain.
Ah.
Well, now it's more mixed up than ever.
Now, to me it isn't. I'm beginning to see light.
Jeepers.
What's that?
Mr. Kent, somebody's out here.
I'm coming, Jim.
I've got you, Jim. I've got you, Jim.
As Clark Kent rushes out to the hall, Lois stands tensely by Rev Peyton, listening to the sounds of the struggle outside the room. Who was lurking in the darkness, and why? For the answer, gang, don't miss Chapter 10 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty tomorrow. Be sure to tune in, same time, same station, for more of The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics Magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, learns at the risk of 4 lives that the mystery of the Sleeping Beauty is the greatest mystery the world has ever known.
What's so mysterious about it, Clark?
Plenty, Lois. Look what happens. A lone German wanders into Illyria, a country that has been lost and hidden for 700 years. Within a few months, he becomes Grand Master, virtually the ruler.
So what? Maybe he was smart.
Oh, you bet he was smart. The first thing he managed to do...
There's someone at the window.
Quick, Scott, down, everyone, down on the floor!
Gang, all of us want to be popular with our friends. We want to be looked up to and admired. Well, that's only natural. But it takes certain special qualities to make a person popular. You have to have the knack of getting along with all kinds of people. But it doesn't take any magic formula to do that. It takes only a real interest in other boys and girls. When you say, "Hi, kid, what's new?" show that you really want to know what's new. Don't just say an empty phrase. Then listen carefully to what your friend has to tell you. Show that you really care about what's been happening to him. Everybody likes a good listener. Now, here's another tip. You'll find that a popular boy or girl is never a fair-weather friend. He's never buddy-buddy with you when things are going your way, but out of sight when you're in a jam. He's always a good pal, a real friend. He's around when you need him, when the going gets tough, and he'll stick by you through thick and thin. Believe me, gang, true friends aren't soon forgotten. And finally, remember that popular boys and girls pick their close friends wisely. Their best pals are only the finest kids in the neighborhood. That's a proof that their friendship stands for something and isn't given lightly. They're on good terms with everyone, but their real buddies are tried and true boys and girls who rate with them because they're regular Joes. Their people or religion or who their parents may be never enters into the question of friendship. Well, gang, those are a few suggestions for you to mull over. It's not some magic formula. It's just being a good friend.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
Yesterday, as you remember, Clark Kent tried to convince Lois Lane that Franz, the evil Grand Master of Illyria, was a German spy who somehow had stumbled on the hidden land. Then, as Rev Peyton was describing her country, in order to give Kent some clue as to where it is located, Jimmy Olsen, who had gone to get some maps, shouted a warning from the dark hall. But before Kent could move, he heard Jimmy shout,
Hold him, Jim, I'm coming.
Got him in the headlight, Mr. Kent.
Good.
Oh, no,
What's
you
the idea?
Wait,
Well,
let's
I'll
go.
be... Okay, Jim, let him go. Let's see what he has to say.
Let me up, you little nincompoop, you.
Leaping lizard.
Let go.
Mr. White.
Easy, Chief,
Wait a
easy.
minute.
Gee, Mr. White, I didn't know.
Well, don't stand there like a couple of idiots. Help me out.
Oh, sure. Come on, Jim. Help him up. There you are.
Olson, I have taken about all I'm going to take of your nonsense.
Gee, Mr. White, I didn't know it was you.
I don't care what you thought. I don't want to hear another word out of you.
Wait, take it easy, Chief.
Or you out of you either. I'm sick of the whole bunch of you.
But look, Chief.
What am I supposed to look at?
All right.
It's so dark here I can hardly see a hand in front of my face.
What's going on out here?
Come on inside, Chief. Sit down and catch your breath.
Well, I'll sit down, but both of you get out of my sight.
Why, Chief, was that you lurking out there?
Yeah, I tackled him in the dark.
Oh, no.
I don't see anything funny about it.
I'm sorry, Chief. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at Clark.
Well, I'm glad that you can laugh. It's more than I can do.
How does your German spy look to you now, Mr. Kent?
That's right. Rub it in.
Now, what are you talking about? I leave you alone for a few hours. And by the time I come back, you've cooked up something new for me to worry about. You've got to stop this, I tell you, right this minute. Hey. Who's she?
Oh, excuse me, Chief. We were so excited I forgot to tell you the big news. We finally awakened the girl on the barge, and here she is.
Well, how do you do, young lady?
Greetings, Sarah.
Her name's Rev Peyton.
You be quiet.
Well, I was only trying to help
I
you.
told you to be quiet, and I mean it. I don't want to hear one word out of you.
Gee whiz.
What the young stripling said is true, Sarah. Rev Peyton is my name.
Huh? What is she talking about? I can hardly understand her.
The tongue in which thou speakest is strange to me, too. But I understand thee very well.
That's the way they spoke English in the 13th century, Chief.
Really? Well, she's living in 1948 now, or maybe nobody told her that.
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't.
What's the matter with all of you? Have you gone completely crazy?
Well, it was like this.
I thought I told you to keep quiet.
Right. Now, if you just take it easy, Chief, I'll try to explain this.
Oh, okay, go ahead. But first, somebody get me a glass of water.
Oh, I'll get it.
Okay, Jim. Well, to get back to the beginning, sometime in the 13th century, Rev Peyton's people founded a new homeland which they shut off from the rest of the world.
Well, why'd they do that?
I don't know. They were sick of wars, I guess. Thought they'd find peace that way.
Huh. Well, any fool knows that you can't find peace shutting yourself off from the world.
Well, yes, but...
Here's your water, Mr.
Oh,
Watson.
no, thanks.
I won't.
Well, anyway, they lived peacefully up until a few years ago when a German named Franz decided that Illyria had something he wanted.
Illyria?
Don't show.
Oh, what's that?
That's the name of the country, Chief.
Sounds something like out of a fairy tale. Go ahead.
Well, there's not much more except that Clark thinks that the greatest mystery the world has ever known is about to be solved.
Oh, he does he? On what do you base that statement, Kent? And what's the mystery?
Oh, wait a minute. First of all, it wasn't a statement. I just said it was a hunch.
Now, be truthful, Clark.
Well,
As a matter of fact, when Jimmy shouted that someone was out in the hall, you were all ready to do battle with a Nazi espionage
Well, now, look,
agent until your dangerous character fortunately turned out to be Perry White.
Now, don't bring that up again. My neck feels like it's been broken.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief.
Well, I'll get back to you later. Well, first, now, let me get this straight. Now, you, young lady.
Aye, Sirrah.
Gods, I can't get used to this I and Sirrah business.
Now, don't you remember, Rev Peyton, I told you we say Mr. here.
Aye, Mr. But what name dost thou give to the funny old gentleman?
Funny old...
This is our boss, Mr. White, Rev Peyton. We work for him.
When you work.
Displeased I am to meet thee. Thou remindest me of one with whom I have spent many happy hours.
Oh, yes, I remind you of somebody in Illyria?
Aye. My playmate Liana had a great bear whom I loved very much.
That's enough. That's enough out of all of you. Either she's a lot simpler than she looks, or you've been putting ideas into her head about me.
Honestly, we haven't even mentioned you, Chief.
Oh, by the way, Chief, where have you been hibernating all this time?
Down at the Coast Guard station with that pipsqueak of a petty officer. I finally put him in his place.
Oh?
Swell.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. Where is this Illyria place?
Well, we don't know yet, but we've got a good idea. So far, Rev Peyton has told us that it's near a river, that it's on a high stretch of land, and that it's on the side of a mountain.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. There are only about 1 million rivers and mountains in the world.
You've got to remember, Chief, she couldn't have been on the water too long, so it must be someplace on this continent. Now then, she went on to say that the climate was mild, but that on the other side of the mountain it rained all the time. That the peaks on the tops of the mountains above Illyria have snow on them. That's right, Rev Peyton, isn't it?
Aye. All that thou sayest is true.
Well, it's still clear as mud to me.
Now, just a minute. Rev Peyton, do you know, are there any volcanoes around Illyria?
Volcanoes?
Yes, volcanoes.
I've heard the word. Hercules once spoke it when he told me of the mountain which spat fire and smoke.
That's it.
So there are volcanoes.
Aye. There's one we can see far off in the distance from Illyria. And truth to tell, Illyria itself is built upon the top of one that has long been dead.
No kidding.
Of course, that would account for the warmth and the fertile soil you told us about. You see, Chief, it's perfectly clear.
Perfectly clear. Are you nuts?
Here we go again. Hail Columbia.
Columbia?
What's the matter, Rev Peyton? What startled you?
That word thou spokest. Columbia.
What about it?
It's pressed against my brain. Columbia.
Puzzled and confused, Rev Peyton repeats the word Columbia over and over again. What does it mean to her? We'll know in a moment, so keep listening.
Gang, let me tell you once again that the biggest job you, the boys and girls of America, can do today is to lend a helping hand to the less fortunate children of Europe and Asia, those innocent victims of the last war who haven't enough to eat. Believe it or not, there are 230 million of those hungry children all over the world who look to you for a helping hand. Don't let them down. They'll pay you back for acts of kindness all their lives with understanding friendship, the kind of friendship that leads to world peace. And that is very important. So join the crusade for children in your city and canvass your neighborhood for contributions. Give plays and parties to raise money and try to raise additional funds through the sale of cookies and candies. There are lots of other things, too. All sorts of things that'll bring in money, which is then used to purchase healthful, nourishing foods to be sent starving children overseas. Now remember that there are 230 million of those sick and starving children in Europe and Asia who are counting on you to help them grow up strong and healthy with proper food. Don't let them down. Join the crusade for children right now. Enlist the help of your friends in a campaign to raise much-needed funds. Ask your teachers and club leaders to help you organize and give plays. Make it your business to think up ways of raising money. Then turn whatever you collect into your local chapter of the American Overseas Aid and the United Nations Appeal for Children, sponsors of the Crusade for Children, who will be happy to accept your cooperation. Above all, don't put it off. The money is needed right now. So start at once to save the children of the world.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
The scene in the Florida hotel room has grown tense. Lois, who hasn't understood Rev Peyton's description of her country at all, just exclaimed, "Hail Columbia." Rev Peyton started at the sound of the word. Now she is trying desperately to recall what the word reminded her of as Kent prods her on.
Why should Columbia mean anything to you, Rev Peyton? Have you heard it before?
Once, long ago, I heard it spoken. But I cannot remember.
Now think. It must be important.
Now, Clark, why on earth should that be important?
Because we've been talking about her homeland. If an old, forgotten memory comes up now, it must have something to do with that.
Now, look. I think we'd better be getting back to Metropolis, or
wait.
we'll all go crazy.
Wait a minute, Chief. Now, come on, think, Rev Peyton, think.
I cannot recall its meaning.
Well, try.
It's too dim.
All right, Clark. Rev Peyton, what is the first thing it brings to your mind?
There's nothing I fear. I keep looking at my emerald ring.
Your ring? Who gave it to you?
My old nurse, when I was very, very little.
Oh, what is it, Rev Peyton?
Come on,
now
say
it is
it.
recalled. My old nurse was a stranger to our land, too. And she, like France, came to Illyria on one of the days when the gates were thrown open. She never spoke of the land whence she came, save once on my 4th birthday, when she gave me this emerald ring. "Take it, my princess," she said. "To thee I give my last relic of my old home, Columbia, the land of the emerald."
Oh, that's a very pretty story, but I don't see
You don't see it, Chief?
No, and neither do I.
I'm amazed at both of you. It's as plain as the nose on your face, Lois. The reason Rev Peyton responded to the word Columbia was because
Ken.
Just a minute, Jim. The reason
Hey, look. There's someone at the window.
Great Scott!
Oh, he's going to break the glass.
Down, everyone! Down on the floor!
A face at the window, the crash of glass, and then 2 shots out of the darkness. Clark Kent is right. There is more, much more to Rev Peyton's story than appears on the surface. So don't miss a single thrilling word of it if you want to know the solution of the greatest mystery the world has ever known. It's a strange and exciting story, so be with us tomorrow, same time, same station for Chapter 11 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Clark Kent, Jimmy Olsen, and the Princess Rev Peyton leave by chartered plane to search for the hidden land of Illyria, and Kent discovers all is not well.
Hey, we're supposed to be flying southwest. Judging from the sun, we're heading due west.
We'll never get where we're going that way.
That's what worries me, Jim. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong.
Try to picture a situation, gang, in which you wake up in the morning hungry as a bear. You jump out of bed, clean your teeth, wash, dress, then dash into the dining room or kitchen for your breakfast. But when you get there, you are greeted by the sight of your mother's sad face and her broken-hearted announcement that there is nothing to eat in the house. No food at all. Sounds impossible, doesn't it? You can't believe anything like that is possible ever, anywhere. Well, let me tell you how wrong you are. Because there are many places in the war-torn world today where scenes like the one I just described to you happen almost every day. That's right. As a matter of fact, nearly half of all the children in the world, about 230 million of them in Europe and Asia, are almost always hungry. And many of them are sick, very sick, as a result of being undernourished and improperly dressed. Can you think of a more unhappy situation than that? And can you think of anyone who needs help from you more than those 230 million unfortunate boys and girls? I'll bet you can't. What can you do about it? Plenty. Here is one thing you lucky boys and girls of America can do. You can join the newly organized Crusade for Children and lend your efforts to the campaign to make life more bearable and far more pleasant for those sick, hungry, and unhappy children in Europe and Asia. This is your chance to do your part to help boys and girls like yourself to grow up strong and healthy, and by so doing, deserve the gratitude of those children who will someday grow up to help you make this a world of peace and plenty for all. In a little while, I'll tell you more. So be sure to keep listening.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
Only a short time has passed since Clark Kent, Lois Lane, Perry White, and Jimmy Olsen discovered a beautiful girl deeply asleep on an ancient barge in the waters off the coast of Florida. But since then, they have been taken back centuries and have covered hundreds of miles. They discovered that the girl was the Princess Rev Peyton, who lived in a hidden land called Illyria, a land which had been founded more than 700 years ago. And Clark Kent, on hearing her story, decided that Franz, the Grand Master of Illyria, who had condemned her to death, must in reality be a German agent who somehow had found the hidden land. Rev Peyton had just given Kent a clue as to where Illyria might be located when a mysterious face appeared at the window and 2 shots were fired in an obvious attempt to murder Rev Peyton. As we continue now, it is some time later. Whoever fired the shots has mysteriously disappeared. Kent, Lois, Jimmy, and Editor White are again in the hotel room with Rev Peyton.
I fear I have done nothing but cause you trouble, my friends.
Don't be silly, Rev Peyton. It isn't your fault. Clark.
Yes, Lois?
Just before those shots were fired, you were about to tell us why Rev Peyton responded to the word Columbia.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, you remember she said her nurse had given her an emerald ring as a last relic from her homeland?
Aye. Columbia. The land of the emeralds.
Right. Well, that means the nurse came from Colombia in South America, and chances are Illyria is somewhere in that region.
Well, let's get to Illyria, then. What are we all standing around for? Get on the phone, somebody, quick.
Okay, what do I do?
What do you do? Nothing. Here, let me have that phone.
What are you going to do, Chief?
I'll get action at the airport. A fellow named Brooks runs the works down there. He's an old friend of mine.
Oh, good.
Operator. Operator. Operator, get me to Palm City Airport. And you, Lois, start getting the girl ready.
Nay, prithee, do not trouble thyself. I shall rest here quietly while thou maketh arrangements.
Good idea, Rev Peyton. You'll need your strength.
Hello?
Palm City Airport.
This is Perry White, editor of the Metropolis Daily Planet.
Yes, sir?
I want to speak to George Brooks, front office.
Mr. Brooks? One moment, please.
I'll get action, or I'll know why.
Hello? Brooks speaking.
Hello, Brooksy. This is Perry White.
Oh, hello, Perry. What can I do for you?
Well, I need a plane and a good pilot immediately. It's urgent.
I see. Well, how long a trip, Perry, and where?
Well, I'm not sure. But we'll have to have a pilot who knows South America pretty well. We'll explain when we see him.
Okay. Have 5 passengers, Simpson, ready to go in half an hour.
Ah, that's fine.
Where'll you be in case I want to reach you?
The Beau Rivage Hotel.
Oh, the Beau Rivage. Okay.
Thanks very much. Well, that's all set.
Boy, things sure are moving fast. Gosh, I wish I had some kind of flying suit or something.
I suppose I'd better wear flats.
No, don't bother. You're coming back with me.
Uh-oh. Oh, Chief, you're not serious.
Of course I'm serious.
What?
What do you think I'm running, a newspaper or a travel bureau?
Now, look, Chief.
You keep out of this car.
Yes, you keep out of this. Now, look, Lois. I'm asking you to listen to reason.
Well, Chief...
Now, you know I've got a newspaper to run, and you also know I can't get along with both my star reporters. Especially when we haven't any idea how long this trip is going to take.
Yes, I know.
Besides, this may be dangerous, and if I have to choose one of you, Kent's got to be the one to go. Because there has to be a man along.
A man? That's the funniest thing I've heard in years.
Oh, cut that out, Miss
Well, what do you
Lane.
mean, Lois?
Well, if you're sending Clark to protect Rev Peyton...
Yes?
Well, you'd better send Jimmy to look out for Clark.
Now, look here. I've had enough of
Well,
this.
as a matter of fact, Chief, I think it would be a good idea for Jim to come along.
Oh, there. Didn't I tell you he's probably scared already?
Can I really go, Mr. White?
Shut up.
Oh.
Now, these are my orders. Kent and Rev Peyton and Jimmy take off on the plane in 20 minutes.
Yippee!
Shut up, I said.
All I said was yippee.
Lois and I will carry on for Metropolis. Now, was that understood?
Well, okay.
Then get going. Lois, help Rev Peyton to get ready. You'd better explain to her what's going to happen. Because if she sees a plane, let alone goes up in one, she may die of fright.
Okay, Chief, I'll brief her on everything.
And, Kent, you and Jim start for the airport now.
Right.
Check your course with the pilot, get everything set, and we'll meet you there in a half hour.
Well, Lois, Chief, looks like Jim, Rev Peyton, and the bird are comfortably set in the plane. Goodbye until... Well, until...
So long, Clark. Good luck.
Thanks, Lois.
Goodbye, Kent. Take it easy now and get a good story.
Ah, you bet we will. We'll find Illyria if it still exists.
Goodbye, Mr. White, Miss Lane. Don't forget to let my mother know where I went and tell her not to worry.
All right, Rev Peyton?
Aye, Sarah Clark. It's a strange sensation. But the thought that soon mine eyes shall again behold Illyria giveth me courage and strength.
Good girl. How about you, Jim?
Oh, me?
Yes, you.
Hey, what do you think I am, a baby? I'm okay. I've been up in a plane before. Well, I was even in a jet plane once.
Sure, I know, but this may even be more exciting. My hunch is we're going to see things we've never even dreamed of before.
How much longer, Sarah Clark, do we remain suspended thus in the air?
Well, following my hunch, we're heading for a part of South America near Colombia, where your emerald ring came from, the Guiana Highlands.
No kidding.
Sure. Ever hear of the Guiana Highlands, Jim?
Oh, sure. That's the part of South America where Tommy Harmon got lost. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Oh, there is naught but water and water and water to be seen.
We're over the Caribbean now, but soon we'll be sighting the mainland.
And then shall we be nigh Illyria?
Yes, it shouldn't be more than 200 miles or so from the coast. Just be patient, Rev Peyton.
Gosh, you know, Mr. Kent, just a little while ago, I was all excited about fishing on the Atlantic Ocean. And now look at me, flying over South America. I'll see the Amazon River and the Orinoco. Well, I gotta pinch myself every once in a while to make sure I'm not dreaming.
That's funny. We should be flying southwest.
Well, aren't we?
I don't know, Jim. Judging by the sun, I'd say we're heading due west.
Well, that'll never get us where we're going.
That's what worries me. Hey, Jim, something's wrong. Something's very wrong.
Puzzled, Clark Kent tries to recall the exact instructions he gave the pilot at the Florida airport. He knows that going off course in this deserted wilderness can be fatal, for it is here that many courageous explorers have been lost forever. We'll return in a moment to learn whether the plane is off course. So keep listening.
Give me just a moment, gang, to answer some of your questions about how to help the starving children overseas. First, join the Crusade for Children. What is that? Well, the Crusade for Children is a nationwide organization designed to enlist the active aid of America's boys and girls in a drive to raise funds with which to buy food, clothing, and medicines for the sick and starving children of Europe and Asia. Who is behind this drive? The Crusade for Children is sponsored by the American Overseas Aid and United Nations Appeal for Children. How can you join the Crusade for Children? There are no application blanks to fill out, no membership fees, no cards, no buttons of identification. You simply decide that you must do your part to help those boys and girls who are so much less fortunate than you are. From there on, you do everything you can to raise funds. You may handle it your family and friends as well as your neighbors. Get a group of other boys and girls to help you give a play or a party for which you charge admissions. Bake and sell cookies. Do the same with fudge. In short, do everything you can to raise money, no matter how much or how little. Then turn the money in to your city's headquarters for the American Overseas Aid and United Nations Appeal for Children. Remember that every penny you turn in will help in part to save the half of your own generation that is so desperately struggling for life in parts of Europe and Asia. Keep in mind that 230 million sick and starving boys and girls are looking to you, counting on you not to let them down. Don't let them down, gang. Put your shoulder to the wheel. Do everything you can to save those children, and you will help to save the future of the world.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Clark Kent has just noticed that their plane seems to be flying off course. Rev Peyton, aware of his concern, questions him.
Why art thou frowning, Mr. Kent?
Now, there's something queer. We're flying awfully high, and I wonder if the pilot knows he's off course. Wait a minute, I'll check with him. Might as well let Florida know where we are while I'm at it. Oh, pilot!
What is it?
Open the door a minute, please.
What do you want?
I'd like to use the radio to contact Florida, if you don't mind.
Radio's out of order.
Hey, Mr. Kent, let him get back to the controls or we'll crash.
Don't worry, son. We're flying an automatic gyro. We're not crashing. At least not yet. Sorry, radio's out of order.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said. The radio's out of order.
Why didn't you report that to me before?
Look, Mr. Kent, I'm running this ship. Go back to your seat and relax.
Mr. Kent, this man is a stranger with straight black locks. Our eyes have not beheld him before. Dost thou not remember the other one?
Sure. I remember the pilot we spoke to first had curly brown hair.
That Damon the kid talked to me.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Never mind that. I'm following instructions.
You're not following the instructions I gave you.
Who said so?
I do. You were told to fly due southwest after sighting the mainland, and this ship is flying due west. Now, please step aside.
I told you the radio's out of order. But all you want to do is check the course. Here, I have the flight chart in my pocket.
Look out, Mr. Kent. He's pulling a gun.
Get back, Jim.
You get back too, Mr.
Why,
Kent.
you...
Get back there with them. Please notice my gun's not pointing at you, but at that girl. If there's one move out of you, she gets it. And the kid's next. Understand?
Startled at this unexpected turn of events, Clark Kent stares at the strange pilot of the plane. For if he dares make a move to get the gun away from him, Rev Peyton or Jimmy may be killed. At this moment, Kent, even in his guise of Superman, is helpless. But will he be for long? Be sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 12 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you will hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman, in his search for the lost land of Illyria, finds himself confronted with a miracle of nature that almost claims the life of young Jimmy Olsen.
It's an earthquake, Mr. Kent. I can feel the ground trembling.
Follow me, Jim. I'll carry Rev Peyton. Hurry.
Leave me, Cyril. Leave me and save thyself.
Nonsense. Up you go. Keep close to me, Jim. Jim, did you hear me?
Jeepers.
Jim, what's the matter?
My foot. A big crack opened in the ground and I stepped into it. Now I can't get loose.
Do you know, gang, that in professional baseball, only 6 players have ever hit 50 or more home runs in one season since 1901? Babe Ruth made baseball history with the Yankees when he went over the 50 mark in 1920, 21, 27, and 28. Hack Wilson of the Cubs made the grade in 1930. Jimmy Fox of the Athletics knocked him over the fence in 1932. And Hank Greenberg did it in 1938. Ralph Kiner of the Pirates and Johnny Mize of the Giants each hit the record last year. Now, these 6 home run kings are the heavy-hitting greats of all time. They've walloped their way right into baseball's record book. A challenge to future players. Something for tomorrow's king of SWAT to aim for. Because it takes a top-flight athlete to knock 50 baseballs over the fence in one short season. But undoubtedly others will do it in the future. Why, some of you fellows who are practicing on the sandlots today will be the big league greats of tomorrow. Yes, maybe the day will come when you will bat your 50th home run and land right up there along with the 6 other home run kings. Maybe baseball fame is in the books for the boy down the block or the kid who just tried out for first base position on your team. Nobody can tell who the lucky guys will be. But one thing's sure, he won't be tomorrow's home run king because of where his people came from or the way he worships God or what his name sounds like. No, sir. It's the muscular skill behind his booming bat that will hold the answer. Power, steady nerves, coordination, good timing, and a fighting heart. Those are the things that make the great athlete and home run king. Who knows? Maybe that'll be you. So keep on punching, learn to play the game, and always give your best.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Yesterday, as you remember, Clark Kent, Rev Peyton, and Jimmy Olsen started their plane trip in search of the lost land of Illyria. With mounting excitement, they watched passing far below them the Gulf of Mexico, the island of Cuba, the wide expanses of the Caribbean Sea, and the mainland of South America. They had been over the continent for some time when Kent realized they were flying off course, not southeast, but due west. When he questioned the pilot, he was told the radio transmitter and direction finder was out of order. Suddenly suspicious, Kent decided to check it, only to find himself suddenly held at bay by a gun the pilot was pointing directly at Rev Peyton.
One move and a girl gets it, Kent.
Grab him, Mr. Kent. I'll stand in front of Rev Peyton. Let him shoot me.
Hey, where are you, little fool, or I'll plug the 2 of you.
Do as he says, Jim.
The evil one. The evil stare from his eyes. There's death in them.
What are you after, anyway?
You'll find out.
Here, what are you doing with those controls?
Fixing up so the ship will crash.
Why, crash, you will, too.
That's where you're wrong, Sonny. I'm bailing out. Don't move, any of you.
No, you're not.
Jim, look out! Mind you. I ought to plug you for that, you little punk. Out of my way. Jim, here goes. So long.
The stripling, Jim. He's dead.
No, he's just knocked out. He hit his head on the floor. Uh-oh.
Sarah Kent. Sarah Kent.
She's fainted. That's a break. With Rev Peyton and Jim both unconscious, I can get out of these clothes. But I've got to hurry. Because this is a job for Superman. Out of the broken window. Now, back underneath the plane like this. Oh, God. Falling so fast, I can't get a good grip. There we are, that does it. Now to straighten it out. And headed back on the right course, southeast. Okay, there we are. Now, away!
Flying swiftly and steadily, his mighty arms holding the crippled plane above his head, Superman speeds across the sky in the direction of the Guiana Highlands, his sharp eyes piercing the inky blackness, searching for a suitable landing place, while he tries to cover as much distance as possible to bring him nearer his objective, the lost land of Illyria. Suddenly he spies a vast grassy plain extending as far as the eye can reach. Down, down he streaks, and a moment later he sets the huge plane safely on the ground.
Whew, that was close. Now I'd better get back into Kent's clothes before either Jim or Reb Peyton comes too. Wonder where we are. I see hills far in the distance. Yeah, those must be the mountains of the highlands. Okay. There we are, finished. Now to see how Jimmy and Reb Peyton are.
Sirrah Kent! Sirrah Kent!
I'm here, Reb Peyton.
Whither art thou?
Yeah, I'm right here. Don't be frightened.
Oh, I called to thee and called to thee,
Oh?
but thou didst not answer. I thought thee dead too, like young Strictly.
Well, I guess I didn't hear you with all the noise. Don't worry about Jimmy. He just got a nasty bump on the head, but he'll be all right.
I hope thou speakest truly.
Oh, sure. Jim. Jim, come on, boy. Come on, open your eyes.
Oh, my head.
Yeah, I know it hurts, Jim, but it'll be better in a minute.
Gosh, Mr. Kent.
Come on, try to stand up.
The lad stirreth himself and speaketh. 'Tis well.
Gee whiz. What happened, Mr. Kent? Are we on the ground?
Aye.
Uh-huh.
This huge bird settled down like a dove.
You mean we crash landed?
Well, we landed all right, but luckily for us, there wasn't much of a crash.
Gosh, I don't get it.
Don't try. Come on, Jim. Up on your feet.
Okay.
Sit.
Golly, my head's spinning like a top.
Now, sit down here for a minute. You'll be okay in a jiffy.
Oh, where are we, Mr. Kent?
Aye, 'tis the same query I would wish to make. Thinkest thou we are nigh unto Illyria?
It's hard to tell from inside here. We can get our bearings better outdoors.
Oh, what are we waiting for, then? Let's go.
No, wait now. I don't know, Jim. That's a nasty bump on your head. It might be best to spend the night in the plane.
Nay, Sirrah Clark, I would not stay. My heart is heavy, and I long for the sight of my homeland. The sooner we reach it, the lighter will my heart become.
But it's pretty rough traveling at night. The country's wild, you know, and we might run...
and you're not exactly dressed for it, Rev Peyton.
Oh, my robes will not hinder me. Fear thee not that I shall hold thee back.
Well, okay, then. Let's take a look outside anyway. We can decide where we'll spend the night later.
Oh, sleeping lizards. What are those noises, Mr.
It's the
Kent?
sound of the jungle which surrounded us.
That's right.
Oh, I don't see any jungle. Nothing but a lot of grass. That's all I can see.
Aye. Underfoot is like dried out straw, and earth would have been baked long in a hot sun.
I'm getting my bearings now.
Where do you think we are, Mr. Kent?
Must be the Orinoco Valley.
Orinoco?
That's right. I'd guess that Illyria lies somewhere between the Orinoco and the Amazon rivers.
The names are strange to me, Sirrah Clark. But from the hills in my land, one can see two slender bodies of water. And far, far beyond, the deep blue sea.
Well, that would be right, then. Two slender bodies of water would be the Orinoco and the Amazon rivers, the Blue Sea, the Caribbean.
But how can you be sure we're in the Orinoco Valley now?
Well, it looks that way.
Well, it only looks like dried out grass to me.
That's what I mean, Jim. See, this would be the dry season in the valley. The grass becomes parched and burned at that time and finally disappears. If it were light now, you'd probably see big patches of earth that didn't have any grass at all.
You mean just plain dirt?
Aye, it cometh back to me now. Herkimer hath told me how often, not too far away from Illyria, the earth becomes hot and dry, and often splits in twain. 'Twas perhaps of this that he spake.
You see, Jim, once we've passed over this valley, we'll probably find heavy jungle. Hey, wait a minute.
What's that rumbling?
'Tis thunder raging in the heavens. Soon lightning will strike.
How can that be? You said it was the dry season, Mr. Kent.
It is the dry season. I'm sure there won't be a rainstorm.
I feel it now. The earth trembleth and shaketh.
Sleeping lizard. It's an earthquake.
Is Jimmy right? What is the ominous rumbling they hear? Is it an earthquake? Or is it something even stranger than that? We'll know in just a moment, so keep listening.
As we've told you before on this program, gang, millions of boys and girls overseas, destitute as a result of the ravages of war, look to you, They count on you, the lucky youngsters of America, to help them grow well and strong again by sending them food and medicines. And you can do that by joining the Crusade for Children, a national organization whose sole purpose is to raise funds for food, clothing, and medicines to be sent overseas to sick and hungry boy and girl victims of the war. Members of Crusade for Children canvass their neighborhoods for contributions and raise funds in many other ways, including the staging of neighborhood plays, backyard carnivals, collections of scrap and waste paper, and the sale of cookies and candy made by themselves. They find doing these things lots of fun. And what's even more important, it gives Crusade members a feeling of doing something worthwhile to keep others better off. It demonstrates that they care about others and want to share with others. And every little bit of help such as that counts toward creating a feeling of mutual friendship and understanding among people of all nations, which is the root and foundation of lasting peace. So join the Crusade for Children in your city. Don't delay. Do it right away. For more complete details, contact the local office of the American Overseas Aid and United Nations Appeal for Children in your city.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent, Rev Peyton, and Jimmy Olsen were surveying the area in which Superman had landed their crippled plane when suddenly they heard an ominous rumble. Rev Peyton thought it was thunder, Jimmy Olsen an earthquake. But Clark Kent, knowing what is really about to happen, shouts a warning.
No, it's not an earthquake, but run. Jim, run. Get away from the plane.
Come on, Rev Peyton.
I'll carry her. Get going.
Leave me. Save thyself, Jim.
Nonsense. Try to keep up with me, Jim.
I am. How much further?
As far away from the plane as we can get. Come on, Jim. Faster, faster.
Mr. Kent.
What is it, Jim?
My foot, it's caught in a crack in the earth.
What?
I can't get it out.
You stay here, Rev Peyton.
Aye, but hurry.
I will. Here I come, Jim.
Over here, Mr. Kent. Over here.
I see you. Here, I'll get my arms around your waist like this. Now, you just relax while I pull.
Okay.
Oh, you're wedged in there solid. Let yourself go, Jim. Lift. Now, one more tug. There.
So that's it. I'm free.
All right, hang on just the way you are. I'll carry you.
You don't have to. I can make it.
Keep quiet and do as you're told. There we are. Okay, now try to stand up.
It's getting louder and louder.
Aye, this is the whole world trembling.
I can't look at the plane.
Uh-oh.
Look at our plane.
That's what I was afraid of.
The earth just opened up and swallowed.
Amazed, Kent, Rev Peyton, and Jimmy look on as the earth splits open and the huge plane disappears. What strange forces are at work in this unknown part of the world? And what new dangers await our friends as they search for the hidden land of Illyria? We'll learn more tomorrow, so be sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 13 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you will hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent,
mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman, still searching for the lost land of Illyria, finds himself forced as Clark Kent to save Jimmy Olsen and Rev Peyton from the attack of a man-eating jungle beast.
Stand back, Jim.
No, don't, Mr. Kent.
Stand back, I said.
But you can't find him with your bare hands.
Don't worry about me. Get Rev Peyton out of the way. Hurry before he...
Out, he's jumping.
Gang, the swimming season is right around the corner, and bathing suits are coming out of mothballs after having been stored away all through the winter. Soon the old swimming holes, the lakes, and the ocean beaches will have new fish added to them. Human fish who dive and duck in the water as if they had fins instead of mere arms and legs. Well, as you know, swimming is good for you, and it's fun, too. But too many accidents happen every summer. Accidents that don't have to happen. So here are some tips on how to take care of yourself in the water. Some swimming know-how suggested by Soichi Sakamoto, a young Japanese-American who's considered one of the greatest swimming coaches in the world. Tip number 1. When you get in trouble, keep calm. A panicky swimmer gets stiff and heavy, and that means he becomes sinkable. And what's more, it's well to remember that the average good swimmer can keep afloat longer than he can keep walking on dry land, without stopping to rest, that is. And the inexperienced swimmer can usually float around until help arrives. For instance, if your boat capsizes way out in the middle of the lake, don't get excited and try to swim all the way to shore. Keep cool and hang on to the boat until rescuers come. So just keep your head and you'll be okay. Plain common sense is your best lifesaver. Tip number 2, if you ever get caught in a strong current or undertow, don't fight it. Keep in mind that it won't and can't drag you to the bottom. Let yourself go and permit the current to pull you until it's spent. Then strike out diagonally toward shore. Gang, later in this program, we'll give you some more vital pointers from Soichi Sakamoto, ace swimming coach. So be sure to listen.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As we know, Superman landed the crippled plane in which Rev Peyton and Jimmy Olsen lay unconscious in the center of a huge grassy meadow, which later, as Clark Kent, he identified as the Orinoco Valley in South America. Then, while they were getting their bearings at this strange part of the world, the earth suddenly began to tremble beneath them. Running quickly, they reached a safe spot, just as the ground upon which the plane was standing cracked open and swallowed it up before their very eyes.
What happened, Mr. Kent? Was that an earthquake?
No, Jim. Are you all right, Rev Peyton?
Why, so many strange things have occurred to me. It is as though I were waking from a dream.
Oh, it's more like a nightmare to me. Well, what was it, Mr. Kent? Where'd the plane disappear to?
Well, if you'd studied geography a little harder, Jim, you'd know.
What do you mean? What's geography got to do with this?
Well, during the dry season, the land in the Orinoco Valley dries out so much that the earth splits open. Sometimes the holes are as big as a city block and thousands of feet deep.
Golly. The world, indeed. It's a wondrous place.
It certainly is.
Well, look, Mr. Kent. Does this mean we'll never see that airplane again?
I'm afraid it does, Jim.
Well, what are we going to do? We're 1,000,000 miles from nowhere.
Well, first we've got to find a clump of bushes or a few trees.
What good will that do us?
We can build a lean-to and spend the night there.
Oh. It's a good thing Nakoma's feathers glow in the dark. At least we'll have some light.
Oh, hark! Nakoma hears something. Perhaps it's one of his own feathered friends. Fly, Nakoma. Fly whither thou wouldst.
Boy, look at him go.
Let's head that way. He'll call us if he finds something, won't he?
Aye, he's a wise bird, my Nakoma.
You mean he understands what we're looking for?
'Tis not the spoken word, I warrant, which impresses itself upon him, but he seemeth to grasp what is in our minds and hearts.
Oh, yeah, I see. Hey, he's calling us.
Well, come on. Let's see what he's found.
Hey, wait. Ease up, Mr. Kent.
Huh?
You're walking too fast for Rev Peyton.
Oh,
Nay, let me not hinder thee.
No, Jim's right. I'd better carry you again, Rev Peyton.
Oh, Nakoma's impatient. He calleth us again.
Okay. Up you go.
Oh, now, wait, Mr.
Come
Kane.
on.
If you carry her, you'll get all tired out, and then where'll we be?
Now, stop worrying, Jim. We'll take each thing as it comes along. You walk on ahead like a good fellow, but not too fast. And watch your step. Come on, let's go.
Gosh, pitch black. Wish we had a flashlight.
If wishes were horses, Jim, beggars would ride.
Aye, it's true.
Leaping lizard.
What's the matter now, Jim?
I almost got my foot caught in another one of those cracks.
Uh-oh, I told you to watch your step. Come on.
Hey, there he is. There's Nicole.
Tis his bright light that we see.
Uh-huh. Coming toward us now.
Look, he's trying to make us follow him.
Aye, Nakoma, we follow thee. Lead on, lead on.
I can see the trees now. And I hear a stream of water, too.
You do?
Uh-huh.
Nakoma sees us to fly. He awaited our arrival, perhaps.
Feels like the grass is getting softer under our feet.
That's right. Dryness hasn't reached this spot yet, or else we're nearing the jungle.
What? You were right, Mr. Kent.
Huh?
There's a brook here, all right.
Good. That means we'll have fresh water. All right, now let's get going and build a lean-to.
Are you sure after we get it all built, the ground won't split open and swallow it up and us with it?
I doubt it, Jim. If there's water running, the ground can't be dried out. We're at the edge of the jungle.
Okay. Now, what about the lean-to? How do we build it?
Well, I guess we won't have to. Those two trees there make a natural arch, and I'll just stretch my trench coat over the branches like this. There, and presto, we've got a tent. See?
Well, it's not much of a tent.
Oh, I know, but it'll do for tonight.
What if it rains?
It can't. Remember the cracks in the ground?
Huh? Oh, dry season, huh?
Right. Now, I suggest you both stretch out and get some sleep. You'll probably have a big day tomorrow. You'll need your strength.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going back to see whether I can salvage something from the plane.
Alone in the dark?
Oh, don't worry. I'll just look around. Come on now. Both of you get as comfortable as you can.
Okay, you're the boss.
You all right, Rev Peyton?
Aye.
All set, Jim?
Uh-huh.
Good. I'll be back soon. Now, I've got to work fast as Superman. Find out how close we are to civilization and get some help. Can't take Jim and Rev Peyton through the jungle on foot. Off with these clothes.
Look out! Look out, Rev Peyton!
Great Scott, what's happened back there?
There I can! There I can!
Yes, I'm coming!
There I can! Hurry!
What?
The beast! He has Jim in his claws!
Jim!
What new danger loomed the moment Clark Kent turned his back? We'll know in a moment, so keep listening.
Gang, it isn't often you get a chance to learn about swimming from a man who turns out world champion. But Soichi Sakamoto, top-flight Japanese-American swimming coach, has given us some tips on water wisdom. So lend an ear. Never, warns Mr. Sakamoto, go into the water right after you've eaten. But never. Always rest 2 hours after a meal before going in to swim. Because if you go in too soon after having packed away a big lunch, you may get cramps that'll double you up and make you completely helpless. Now here's another tip. Build yourself up gradually. Don't wham into the water right at the beginning of the season and start doing tricks. Save your showing off for late July or August. Otherwise, you might wind up giving a performance for Davy Jones. And finally, always use the buddy system. Don't go out alone. Swim together with someone who's a strong swimmer. In that way, in case something happens to you, your buddy will be there to catch hold and give you a hand. And naturally, it works vice versa, too. You see, gang, even in swimming, cooperation is necessary. It's safer and smarter to go out with someone you can help and who can help you when the going gets tough. After all, the buddy system works all through life. Why not in swimming, too? We need buddies in almost everything we do. Lend a hand and get a hand. That's how it works. And just as we are better and happier because of our buddies, so is our country the better for friendly cooperation among all its people. For when America's citizens of every race and religion help each other and work together, America becomes even greater. It's a system that always works out best for everyone.
to the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent, having settled Rev Peyton and Jimmy in a makeshift lean-to, left them and walked into the darkness to assume his true role of Superman and find help. He was about to rid himself of Kent's disguise when he heard Jimmy and Rev Peyton calling frantically. Wheeling, he rushed back to the lean-to.
Hurry, Mr. Kent, hurry. He's going to jump.
Great Scott! A jaguar!
What? You killed him. He's dead.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Right. Thanks.
That goes for me, too.
I shouldn't have left you two alone. We better all stick together from now on, I guess.
Gosh, you killed him with your bare hands, Mr. Kent.
Huh?
You broke his neck. How'd you do it?
Oh, I was just lucky, Jim, I guess. His neck must have snapped against a rock, I guess.
Boy, I'll say that was luck. Mr. Kent, what kind of an animal is it?
Thou called him a jag something.
Yes, it's a jaguar.
Oh.
That's a South American panther.
A panther?
Uh-huh.
Some lizards. Sure looks fierce.
Yeah. Yes, Rev Peyton?
Be close.
What?
What are you staring at, Rev Peyton?
Take care. Turn around slowly so as not to startle him.
Startle whom?
There's a savage hiding in the brush, and he has a slinging poison darts in his hand. Take care.
I see him.
Where?
Don't move, Jim. Oh, it's too late. He knows we've seen him. There he goes.
It's likely he has gone to warn his tribesmen.
Are the natives friendly in these parts, Rev Peyton?
It is not easy to say. There are tribes which are friendly, and there are others which are not.
That's not much help.
Maybe we better not wait to find out whether these are friendly or not, Mr. Kent. Maybe we ought to get moving.
From the paint on his face and the necklace of human teeth around his throat, I'd say... Oh, but no, I'm not certain.
Oh, go ahead, Rev Peyton. Do you think you recognize the tribe he's from?
I cannot say absolutely.
Tell us anyway. We've got to know sooner or later.
Methinks he belonged to a tribe of headhunters.
Headhunters? Jeepers. What'll we do, Mr. Kent?
Take it easy, Jim. Nothing's happened yet.
Oh, drums.
Aye, just as I thought. The runner has notified his tribesmen. They approach even as we speak.
Golly. Just hearing those drums gives me the shivers. Let's get out of here, Mr. Kent.
We can't, Jim. Even if we want to.
Why not?
Because in the first place, we don't know where to go. And in the second place, we're already completely surrounded by savages.
Unable in the presence of Jimmy and Rev Peyton to assume his true role of Superman, Clark Kent stands rooted to the spot as the unknown tribe of headhunters closes in on the clearing. Tensely he awaits their approach, wondering what he can do. Gang, don't miss Chapter 14 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty. Monday, same time, same station on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent,
faces a tribe of savage headhunters in the dark jungle of the Orinoco in South America, as Rev Peyton and young Jimmy Olsen stand by, awaiting what seems to be certain death.
We haven't got a chance, Mr. Kent. There must be hundreds of them.
Easy, Jim. Remember the old saying, while there's life, there's hope.
Yeah, but there's nothing we can do. They've got us surrounded. Rev Peyton said the one she saw in the brush had a poison blowgun.
Why, it is the weapon they used to kill.
You see, we're dead ducks. We're finished.
Not yet.
Listen to those drums. They're coming closer and closer.
Steady, Jim.
Mr. Kent, we've got to do something. We've got to.
Hey, Rube! Ever hear that, gang? It's the shout that goes up in circuses and carnivals whenever there's trouble on the way. Like, for instance, when a fresh guy and a circus fan take a few pokes at each other on the fairway. The manager runs over to break it up. Soon the juggler starts to mix it up with the fresh guy, too. Then suddenly the magician spots the fight. He looks around, sees a situation brewing, and then shouts, "Hey, Rube!" Oh, that's all, brother. In a flash, the whole carnival is changed. From every booth and sideshow, the circus folk come on the run. For that cry is circus lingo for trouble, come and help. You see, gang, circus people know what it means to work as a team. That's how they protect themselves from danger. For example, the aerialist who flies through the air must be caught by the other half of his team or die. That's how teamwork keeps circus folks alive. And that's why, when any one of the circus people gets into trouble, everybody gets into the fight. As soon as the yell, "Hey, Rube," echoes over the sawdust, there's no holding 'em back. All for one and one for all. Well, gang, that's how all Americans should be. When a fellow American is treated unfairly for any reason, it's not enough to let him fight it out alone. His "Hey, Rube" means trouble for everybody and should bring us all running, ready to get into the scrap and mix it up, but good. Because in unity there's strength. United, we can't be beaten. So let's stop the petty and tolerant bickering among ourselves and work together like a smooth-running team should.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Lost somewhere in the jungles of South America, Clark Kent, Rev Peyton, and Jimmy Olsen suddenly found themselves surrounded by a tribe of native headhunters. As we join them now, off in the distance, native tom-toms are beating out their primitive rhythm, and the circle of hideously painted savages is closing in. Finally, Jimmy breaks the silence.
Ken, are we just going to stand here and wait for them to pounce on us?
Well, we don't know yet that they're unfriendly, Jim.
What are we supposed to do? Wait till they boil one of us alive to make sure?
Jim.
Well, they're headhunters, aren't they?
So Rev Peyton says, but we...
I, the one we saw hiding in the bush for a necklace of human teeth.
Remind us of that, please.
Steady, Jim.
How can I be steady when I'm shaking all over?
They draw closer. Please try not to act afraid. They're friendly. Mayhap they can guide us to an area.
And if they're not...
What's
that? Quiet.
We'll find out soon enough.
One of them cometh nigh. Is thou true, Sarah Kent?
What white man want here? We no lack stranger.
We are friends.
No friend, no friend. We trap headhunter. We not know your friend. No lack talk, no want talk. We headhunter. We kill.
Nice sociable fella. Tell him my head's no good, Mr. Kent. Tell him there's nothing in it.
If you don't keep quiet, he may find that out too soon.
Woman, who's she?
He's talking to you, Mr. Kent.
My people say woman is not stranger. Who's she?
Wait. Are you the chief of this tribe?
Me not chief. Me medicine man.
Well, maybe you'd better let the chief decide what to do with us.
Chief, come now. Do not move.
Be careful, Mr. Kent. We're not going to look good with our heads on.
Quiet, Jim.
Oh, white man. White woman.
White man, stranger.
Woman, see now, stranger.
No, Sarah. We are friends.
Then you are Rev Peyton, woman from Illyria.
Aye, Sarah. Rev Peyton is my name.
Lizards. He knows her, Mr. Kent.
You, friends, come see us one time each year. Bring medicine and good food for my people.
Aye, Sarah. I came when the gates of Illyria were thrown open one day a year. And now, may I present my friends to thee?
To you, white men, I say, you friends of Princess, you friends of mine. Now, I talk to my people.
You really visited them, Rev Peyton?
I believe I did. Once a year.
Weren't you scared?
Nay, they knew I wanted nothing from them but to know them better, to be their friends.
Here comes the chief again.
My people wish to know why you here.
Tell him, Rev Peyton. Tell him we're lost.
Chief, we are lost. We are looking for the land of Illyria.
My people, friends to Illyria. My people help.
Oh, that's wonderful. Will you help us find our way to Illyria?
My scouts lead you there. It's not very far, but through deep jungle.
I see. Is your village on the way?
Why you ask that?
The Princess Rev Peyton is tired. I think it might be a good idea if she remained behind with you.
She will be welcome.
What about me, Mr. Kent?
We'll go with the scouts to Illyria.
Oh, boy.
Then he's agreed. We go now to village. There we make more plans.
That's fine.
Bugata, right on. No more.
Boy, wait till I tell Beanie about this, Mr. Kent. Getting escorted through the jungle by a tribe of headhunters. How do you like that?
You weren't so happy about it a few minutes ago, Jim.
Nay, thou wert trembling like a leaf in the wind.
Sure, I was scared stiff. I could just see my teeth hanging around one of their necks. Well, what's funny about that? I just had my teeth fixed, too.
Stop it, Jim. You're killing me.
We come soon to village where Princess will rest. The man and the boy will go with scouts to Illyria.
Thank you.
He's got a lot of nerve calling me a boy.
What would you rather be, a boy with a head or a man without one?
Oh, okay, you win.
Oh, look, the chief's motioning for us to step on it.
Let's hurry. I don't want to cross him up.
Well, getting to like your head, aren't you, Jim?
You bet. And right where it is, on my neck.
Able to joke now in the light of the friendliness of the native tribes, Jimmy follows Clark Kent and Rev Peyton as the chief and his hut-hunting tribesmen lead the way through the dense jungle. But although they don't know it, the time for jokes will soon be over. There's trouble ahead, plenty of it. We'll be back in a moment to find out what it is. So keep listening.
Boys and girls, today I'm getting right down to brass tacks. Now, I know that most of you have younger brothers and sisters, and they look up to you. You're their big brother. Well, that makes you feel pretty good. But I'm sure you've learned by now that lots of responsibility goes along with being a big brother. You've got to set an example, always know the score, and come through in the tough spots. You know that if you let the kid brother down even once, you fall in his opinion and in your own. Well, in some ways, the United States is the same as you. In the United Nations, Uncle Sam is a big brother, too. We set an example for many other countries, and they look up to us. But if the things we do at home aren't up to standard, our international reputation suffers, our leadership is weakened. When, for instance, we don't play fair with our own citizens, when we don't give them a square deal because of their race or religion, then we as a nation lose face in the eyes of the world. Don't forget that we promised all Americans equal rights in our Constitution, and every one of us must help keep that promise. Otherwise, we're going back on our word. Now, there's lots that you and your friends can do to give a square deal to every American. For instance, make sure your club is open to boys of every race and religion. Who can tell? Maybe that kid down the block, you know, the one whose folks can't speak English so well, maybe he's just the outfielder your baseball team's been looking for. By just such little things, you'll be doing your share toward helping Uncle Sam keep his reputation as big brother to the world.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent, Jimmy Olsen, and Rev Peyton finally reached the village of the friendly headhunters, where the native women took over the care of Rev Peyton and made her comfortable. Then, after a few hours, with a swift guide to lead them, Kent and Jimmy set out for Illyria. And as we join them now, the native guide has left them at the very walls of the ancient city. The walls are high, the night is dark, and Jimmy whispers,
Mr. Kent, it's scary here outside Illyria. No moon, no stars, nothing. And it's so quiet.
Now, but keep your voice down, Jim. Sound travels at night.
Yeah. Even when I breathe, it sounds like fireworks on the 4th of July. I know what I'll do.
Jim, put that feather away.
That's why Rev Peyton plucked it from Nakoma, so we could have some light.
No, but that feather glows in the dark like a flashlight. Somebody might spot it. Now put it away.
Okay. What are you figuring on doing now? The wall's too high and too thick. We'll never be able to get inside.
I'll just feel along here on the wall. There may be a crack or something. You wait there.
I don't think you'll find any cracks in this wall, Mr. Kent.
Could be.
What's that?
Look, Jim. Over here.
and lizards. The wall. It's got a hole in it big enough to crawl through.
Uh-huh.
But how? I don't understand.
I just happened to kick it in the right spot. Probably a weak stone.
Boy, are we in luck. What if somebody heard that noise?
Well, that's a chance, Pat. Come on. Let's not waste any time. Crawl through, but quietly. Take it easy.
Through, Mr. Kane. Come on.
Okay, keep low. Here I come.
What now?
Now we have to find Hercamine. I have a note to him from Rev Peyton.
Yeah, I know, but how do we do that?
Well, let's try to locate his house. Come on.
Where did Rev Peyton say the house was?
Said it was right near the west wall. Gold grill work on a white stone, she said. Jimmy, look. There. That must be it.
I'll try the door.
Okay.
Bolted.
Oh? All right, try knocking, but softly.
Right.
Chances are Hercamine's asleep. We may have to wait until dawn.
Yeah. It's not going to be too good.
Be quiet. Wait a minute. Someone's coming.
Who standeth without?
Friends.
Despite no friend was to knock on this door tonight.
Let us in. We must talk to Hercamine.
Who art thou who calls for Hercamine in the dead of night?
We'll explain to him when we see him.
Lack, alas. Hercamine will be seen by his friends no more.
What? What do you mean?
By the order of Franz, Grand Master of Illyria, the great and good Hercamine goes to his death within the hour.
Son, Kent and Jimmy stand at the half-opened door. Hercamine's old servant tells them that his master is awaiting death. Without Hercamine to guide them, they may be helpless. But where is he? Can he be saved in time, even by Superman? There's tense excitement in tomorrow's episode, gang, so don't miss it. Be sure to hear Chapter 15 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen stand in the public square of the city of Illyria as Hercamine, the wise old counselor who saved Rev Peyton's life, mounts the gallows to be hung.
Mr. Kent, we've got to do something. They're going to hang him.
Easy, Jim.
What do you mean easy? Look, he's got the rope around his neck. There isn't much time.
Don't worry. I've got a plan to save him. Say, gang, do you know that if you live to be 70 or over, chances are you'll spend at least 20 of those years asleep? Do you know that 7 out of those 20 years, or rather 70 years, will be spent walking and playing in sports? That 5 months of your life will be taken up in tying shoelaces? And 7 years going to the movies or theater? What's more, 1 whole year will be spent gabbing on the telephone. And furthermore, if you live to be 70, you'll probably spend 2.5 of those years eating and another 2.5 chewing gum. Well, now, how do you like that? Pretty strange, isn't it, to see our everyday doings boiled down to cold mathematics? But one thing is good about cold mathematics. It helps us to see things clearly. After all, if you spend 20 years sleeping, just to give an example, You'll want to make sure you get the most out of the rest of the time when you're awake. And one way to make that part of your life the best possible is to have good friends. You know, too many of us take our friends for granted, or just don't bother taking the time to make friends. Yet anyone who has ever had a real good pal can vouch for the fact that there's no one better than a fellow or girl who'll stick by you through thick and thin. The people who are lucky enough to have such friends are also smart enough to know that friendships can't be based on such unimportant things as the amount of money a fellow has, or the kind of house he lives in, or the church or synagogue he goes to, or where his folks came from. Instead, they make and keep good friends. How about all of us doing the same and having the time of our lives?
And now, the adventures of Superman. Yesterday, as you remember, Clark Kent, Rev Peyton, and Jimmy Olsen, lost in a South American jungle, suddenly found themselves surrounded by a tribe of native headhunters. Fortunately, the chief of the tribe recognized Rev Peyton as the girl who had, on a number of occasions, visited his tribe when the gates in the lost land of Illyria were thrown open. Because of that, he accepted Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen as friends and promised to help them reach Illyria. Leaving Rev Peyton to rest with the tribe, Jimmy and Kent started for Illyria with a native guide. There, at the Great Wall of the city, Kent, under cover of darkness, making use of Superman's amazing strength, punched a hole through the foot-thick stone, and he and Jimmy crawled into the city. Hurrying to the house of Herkimer, Rev Peyton's friend, they learned to their horror that the aged counselor had been condemned to death by Franz, Grand Master of Illyria, and was to be executed within the hour. And as we join them now, they are standing outside Herkimer's house in the gray light of dawn, uncertain as to what to do. Listen.
Looks as if we're at a dead end again, Mr. Kent.
We'll figure something out, Jim.
Yeah, sure. But what? We don't even know where Herkimer is.
We just have to find out.
I guess we better look for a jail or something.
Well, remember, it won't be the same kind of jail we have in Metropolis. Illyria didn't have any criminals.
Yeah, that's right. Look, the sun's coming up.
Uh-huh.
Gosh, what a beautiful city.
Sure is.
Is that gold on the roofs of the buildings?
Looks like it. All right, we got to be careful now that it's light, Jim.
I'll say. What do? Hide?
No, we've got to find Herkimer.
Yeah, but how do we do that and keep from being seen?
Just have to duck down back streets.
Okay, when do we start?
Right this minute. Follow me.
Nobody around yet. Streets are empty.
Won't be for long. I hear voices.
I don't.
Around that corner, I think.
I hear them now.
Stick close to the wall.
Good thing that roofs of these houses jut out. They kind of keep us in the shadow.
Quiet, Jim. Don't move. Someone's coming.
Didst thou hear the news? That Herkimer dies in the hour? Nay, there has been a change. Before Herkimer is put to death, Franz has decreed he is to face the council to confess his crime. But what crime has the good and wise Herkimer committed? It is beyond belief.
Did you hear that, Mr. Kent?
Yes.
What do we do?
Get going as fast as we can. Come on.
What are you twisting and turning for, Mr. Kent? You act as though you know where you're going, but...
Well, I don't exactly, but I'm following a hunch.
A hunch about what?
Oh, just a hunch, that's all, Jim.
Gosh, I wish we didn't have to race through these streets with our heads down. I'd like to see what Illyria looks like.
Don't slow down now, Jim. We're almost at the end of our trail. Here we are now, Jim.
What's this?
The palace. Franz lives there.
Jeepers, are we going...
Keep your voice down. Come on, we'll sneak in. Very quiet.
Okay, you're the boss.
Hold it.
What's the matter?
Someone in the corridor up ahead. Can hear their voices.
Probably some guard.
Could be. We'll trace the voices and find out what's going on. You with me, Jim?
Right behind you.
Good.
They sound closer now.
Yes, they're coming from that room over there with the double doors. It's the council chamber.
How do you know?
Never mind. Come on. The small room next to it is empty.
Shall I close the door behind us, Mr. Kent?
Yes, but quietly.
Okay.
Good. Now try not to make any noise, Jim.
Gosh, I hope nobody catches us in here. I don't like the feel of this place.
Relax. Now stand close to the wall. Put your ear against it. You can hear everything that's being said in the council chamber next door.
No kidding.
Try it.
I ask thee once again,
Hey,
and I order thee to answer. Is the Princess
Who's that,
Rasputin
Mr. Kent?
alive
Must be
or
Franz.
dead?
I have told thee, Franz, no words more concerning our beloved princess will cross my lips.
Well, since thou wilt not tell me, I will tell thee. The Princess Rasputin lives.
Strange that thou shouldst know this, when supposedly thou hast no communication with the outside world.
He's a German, all right, Mr. Kent, trying to
Why
talk like
dost
they do.
thou
Quiet, Jim.
continue to play out this farce, Franz? These people gathered in this room are no longer lovers of Illyria, but are rather plotters with thee against her. I hold their decision to no more honor than thine.
Enough of thy stupid babbling, Hercules. We are no longer interested in thee or thy theories, old man.
That I know, but forget not, there are others in Illyria who will rise up against thee and thy fellow traitors.
Where art thy friends, Longbeard? Talking on street corners, maybe? Full of sorrow and dread? But they are soft. Soft! Too much peace and too much justice has made them soft.
Thou wilt live to see thy doom at their hands. Aye, they have forgotten how to fight, but attack what which they love, their freedom. They will learn again. They will rise, as men have always risen to defend freedom.
We shall see. The people are rebellious now, but only in words. They now are dead. They will think only of saving themselves from a like fate.
'Twould be worth my life to prove thee wrong, Franz. But thou art a coward at the base of thy heart. Thou wouldst not dare take the chance.
Good for you.
Thy thoughts will choke in thy throat when it feels the tightening of the noose. God! Lead this man to the public square, and see that he be hanged immediately from the gallows I have built therein. And I myself shall follow to kick the stools from beneath his feet.
We gotta break in, Mr. Kent. We gotta save him.
No, Jim.
But they're gonna hang him, didn't you hear?
Easy, Jim. The people of Illyria must see that Franz really intends to go through with this execution. We can't stop it now.
But Mr. Kent, Hercules might be dead before we can do anything.
Jim.
Please, please.
Pleading desperately, Jimmy attempts to convince Clark Kent to save Herkimer before it is too late. But Kent has another plan in mind, a desperate and daring plan. If it fails, well, we'll be back in a moment to find out, so keep listening.
June is busting out all over. Yes, boys and girls, the Goonie season is here. And most everybody forgives wacky doings, absent-mindedness, and acute lazitis when spring fever strikes. Wherever you look, grown-ups and kids alike are suffering from a severe attack of June. And they're easy to spot, too. For instance, here are some of the symptoms of spring fever. There's a heaviness of the hands that makes it virtually impossible to open a school book after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There's a sudden crick in the neck that makes it necessary to turn the head only towards the window when in school. Now, naturally, once having taken that position, the afflicted one gazes out of the aforementioned window, thus considerably irritating the teacher who'd like all attention directed at her. But naturally, the crick in neck prevents this. Then there's a great deal of stiffness in the joints. And to treat this, most boys and girls run around a diamond, commonly referred to in medical journals as rounding the bases. This is found to be most helpful. And finally, spring fever brings along with it a feeling of good-natured friendliness towards everybody. Yes, even towards the character who lives down the block. And in this season, we feel particularly sorry for those people who aren't friendly, who hate without rhyme or reason, or who are scornful of others because of their race or religion. Because these people are missing out on the wonders of June and the pleasures of spring fever. They haven't the nature to appreciate them. So sniff that sweet air and pass the baseball, brothers. Spring is here.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen have made their way to the public square where Herkimer, the aged counselor of Illyria, is awaiting execution. Hiding behind a marble pillar away from the crowd, they stand watching the tense scene being acted out before them.
There's Hercules now, Mr. Kent, going up the steps to the gallows.
Looks as though all Illyria is here.
Gosh, he doesn't seem to be the least bit afraid.
Herkimer is a wise old man, Jim. He's teaching his people a lesson.
Yeah, but that's no reason for us to let him die.
Take it easy, Jim.
Take it easy? Gee whiz, how can you say that when they've got him up on the stool already?
Wait a minute, Jim. Look. He's shaking his head. doesn't want him to tie his hands behind it. The crowd's not even moving.
Not a single person's willing to take a chance on saving him. And we're cowards like all the rest.
Don't worry, Jim. I told you I had a plan.
I know you didn't, and I believe you. But gosh, Mr. Kent, when do you expect to do something about it? Look, they're putting the rope around his neck.
Wait here a minute, Jim.
Where are you going?
Just wait. Don't move from this spot. I'll be right back.
And where thou art, sirrah.
Keep him, listen, cigar.
Let me by, please.
If thou movest from the spot...
Mr. Kent,
Let me...
Francis is going to kick the stool out from under him.
Run, Jim, run! Head for the hole in the wall!
Discovered by a guard at the very moment he was planning to assume his true role of Superman and save Hercules from death on the gallows, Clark Kent has seemingly waited too long. Now, how can he possibly make use of Superman's powers in full view of Jimmy and with a raised sword threatening them? And what of Hercules bare seconds from death? Gang, tomorrow's episode is tense and exciting, so don't miss it. Be sure to hear Chapter 16 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman saves the life of Hercules and discovers that France, the Grand Master of Illyria, is an escaped Nazi.
Somehow you stumbled on this lost city and decided it would be a good place to rebuild a Nazi party in preparation for the next war.
Who told you that?
Nobody had to tell me. But it won't work.
You're sure of that?
I'm positive.
Just wait. Just wait and see.
So he said, so she said, so they said, so we said. Yaddity, 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 yacht. Some people keep talking, they never stop talking. People like that should be shot. The things that they say never come to an end. They don't stop for breath or for thought. They'll repeat just like records, again and again, the tidbits of gossip they've caught. They never will think, is it true what I say? Is it something I ought to repeat? Instead, they'll just giggle and whisper to you, have you heard Johnny Jones is a cheat? These jerks pick up everything nasty they hear. They never say somebody's swell. But, brother, if once you do anything wrong, you can bank on it, these guys will tell. They come up with some of the strangest remarks. They must have the brains of a pigeon. You should hear the ridiculous things that they say about other folks' race or religion. We know that the way that we worship our God doesn't make any difference down deep. That a regular Joe is a regular Joe, and a creep, well, he's still just a creep. But facts never stop dopes from babbling on. The truth might not have as much zip. They'd much rather sell you some nice juicy lies. Stay away from this bunch. Take our tip. For you can be sure as can possibly be that your name is somewhere on their list. That they have got gossip to tell about you. There's no chance that you're going to be missed. So never be sucker enough to believe the gossip of yaddity-yadders. They never know anything you'll want to hear, and nothing they say really matters.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Yesterday, as you remember, Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen, while searching for Hercules in the walled city of Illyria, heard Franz, Grand Master of the city, sentence the old man to immediate death by hanging in the public square. Jimmy wanted to interfere at once. But Kent felt that the people of Illyria should know once and for all how evil France really is. And only by seeing would they believe. Great crowds gather in the huge square, and with unbelieving eyes watch as the noose is about to be placed around the neck of their venerated counselor. Never having learned to fight, being for centuries a peace-loving people, they can do nothing but stand and look on helplessly. Finally, at the last moment, Clark Kent decided to assume his true role of Superman and come to Hercumene's rescue. But as he moved toward the gallows, the harsh voice of a palace guard stopped him.
Stand where thou art, sirrah. Thou art a stranger in our midst.
Let me by, please.
Do not move, or I will run thee through with my sword.
Run away, Jim. Wait for me at the hole in the wall.
No, they'll kill Hercumene and you too, Mr. Kent.
Do as I tell you, Jim. It's the only way any of us can be saved.
Stand! Do not move!
Run, Jim, run!
Okay.
Let the stripling go. When I am done with thee, it will be time enough to seek him out.
Put your sword up, my friend.
I'd as soon put it through thee. Ha ha! Merciful heavens! The blade crumpled on thy chest.
Too bad you had to spoil a good sword, but don't say I didn't warn you. Now, out of my way. Scared the life out of that poor fellow. Good thing, too. He'll help arouse the people, and I'll have a few seconds more to get out of these clothes. I was right. The guard screaming stopped Franz dead in his tracks just as he was about to put the noose around Hercumene's neck. And now Superman can take over. Up, up, and away! I'll circle above the crowd. Give them a good look at me. There. Now, down to the gallows. Down. Away from that man, Franz. What devil art thou? Get away, I said. Look, Franz runneth away. Let him run. I'll take care of him later. I gotta get you out of here first. Are you ready, sir?
Yea, verily, I am ready.
Hold on now. Up, up, and away! This clearing looks like a safe spot, Hercumene. It's deep in the forest and not too near the wall.
My faith is fast in thee, Birdman. Decide thou and I shall agree.
Good. You sit here on this tree stump and rest while I look for Jim.
Jim? Is a name that is not known to me.
Oh, he's a young friend of mine who also came to help rescue you.
I did not know I had so many well-wishers. Where is he now?
Waiting for me just outside the walls of Illyria.
Then hasten to him, I beseech thee. Illyria is safe no longer for an honest man.
Well, you will be all right if I leave you here alone?
Aye. We are quite far removed from the city. 'Tis men alone make evil. Here in the forest, all nature is my friend.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Up, up, and away!
Oh, Superman.
Glad you saw me first, Jim. Didn't want to scare you.
Gosh, I was thinking about you, hoping you'd come. Nobody but you can save Hercumene.
That's been done.
You mean...
Hercumene is waiting for us in the forest.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful. I was so scared Mr. Kent wouldn't be able to... Say, where is Mr. Kent?
Huh?
He was supposed to meet me here. Is he in the forest, too?
Oh, no, Hercumene's alone.
Well, then where is Mr. Kent?
Well, he's...
He told me to wait here for him.
Yes, but his plans have changed. He'll expect to find you with Hercumene.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
You all set?
Yep, I'm ready.
Then up, up, and away! Here we are, Hercumene.
Thou hast returned, Birdman. And this is Jim, the young stripling thou hast mentioned.
Yeah, that's me. Superman saved you just in the nick of time, didn't he?
Aye. So that is what they call the Superman.
Well, yes.
Yeah, that's his name. Look, I've got something to show you, Hercumene. Got it in my pocket. Here, look.
A small red feather. 'Tis like unto... But nay, it cannot be.
Sure, it's Nacoma's feather.
Nakoma. Then thou hast seen Rev Peyton?
Oh, I'll say we have. We found her on the ocean.
The heavens pour forth blessings.
It's true, Hercumene. Rev Peyton is safe and well.
Could you take me to her? My heart longs to see my beloved princess once again.
Can you, Superman?
I don't see why not. But I have some important business to attend to first.
Well, that's right. You've got to find Mr. Kent. I forgot about him. Gee, where do you suppose he is?
I'm going back to Illyria to find out. You two wait here, and I'll see that Kent picks you up as soon as our business is finished.
Okay, Superman. But hurry. I don't like the idea of his being in Illyria all by himself.
He'll be all right. Now, remember, don't move from this spot.
Aye, we will await thee here. Fare thee well.
So long. Now, up, up, and away! And so, while Hercumene and Jimmy Olsen wait in the forest clearing, Superman flies swiftly back to Illyria.
Something urgent and vital spurs him on. What does he intend to do? We'll know in just a moment, so keep listening.
Gang, 25 years ago, in 1923, the first non-stop transcontinental flight was made. To Americans, that flight was something tremendous, almost unreal. Imagine flying across America in only 27 hours. That was speed, fella. That was traveling. Well, non-stop transcontinental flights are old hat today, but the new transcontinental speed record isn't. 2 years ago, Colonel W.H. Council flew a P-80 jet-propelled monoplane from New York to Los Angeles in 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds at the fantastic speed of 580 miles an hour. Can you imagine that? Almost the same course that it took 27 hours to fly in 1923 can be flown in 4 hours today. Well, gang, there's no two ways about it. The world has shrunk since 1923. It takes so much less time to get from one end of the earth to another that it's almost as if the distances were really smaller. That's why people say we're all living in each other's backyard. Now, we all know that to keep peace in our own backyard, we've got to stay on good terms with our neighbors. Who likes angry hollering over the fence or bike tires without air in them? Nobody. And that's what happens when neighbors quarrel. Well, the same thing goes on internationally, too. Every country is our next-door neighbor now, and if we want to keep peace, we've got to stay on good terms with them all. Neighbors can be awful pains in the necks if they're always squabbling, but swell fun if they're real friends. So let's do all we can to preserve peace among the people of the world.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Flying swiftly over the treetops, Superman leaves behind him the forest clearing where Jim and Hercamine wait. Now, over the walls of Illyria, he circles the city until he spots Franz's house below. Apparently, this is where his urgent business is. Swiftly, he drops to the ground, enters the building, makes his way to the end of the hall. His X-ray vision pierces the thickness of an iron-bound door. There he is, in that room. And alone, too. Greetings, Franz.
You, the one who flies.
Yes, put that dagger down.
I will put it where it belongs, in your heart. You are a devil. The blade does not pierce your body.
A very keen observation, my friend.
What do you want with me?
You'll find out soon enough.
Do not come any near.
Oh, still think you can give orders, eh? Well, I'm glad of one thing, anyway.
What are you talking about?
That you dropped this thee and thou stuff. Now you sound like the person you really are, a Nazi.
I will see that you suffer from it. I am still Grand Master of Illyria.
You're a Nazi and nothing more. You're one of the few who managed to escape from Berlin. Now that we understand each other, get back to that radio.
Radio? What radio?
Oh, now don't play dumb with me. I heard the radio static when I was coming down the hall. You're trying to contact someone, aren't you? You got a shortwave transmitter.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your smart little game is up front. Now, where's the radio?
Let me go. You're joking me.
Where's the radio?
It's over there. In the desk.
Oh, hidden in a drawer, eh? Ah, look there. Transmitter and receiver made in Germany. Whom were you trying to contact when I broke in?
No one. I was just playing with it.
Just playing with a 250-watt transmitter? Look, this isn't a toy, mister. Now, whom are you trying to contact?
No one. No one, I tell you.
All right, we'll open the receiver and wait for whoever it was to contact you. In the meantime, you can tell me about your setup. What's behind all this?
I don't know what you mean.
You know exactly what I mean. You came to Illyria soon after the war ended. How you happened to find it, I don't know. But you immediately set about to take it over. You decided it would be a good place to rebuild the Nazi party, didn't you?
Who told you that?
Nobody had to tell me. It's no secret that South America was full of Nazis when the war ended. For all we know, that's where Hitler may be hiding out if he isn't dead.
You do not know what you're saying.
Not much, I don't. Oh. Here it comes. Watching Franz out of the corner of his eye, Superman listens intently as the shortwave receiver crackles its call to the lost city of Illyria. What will he learn? Is Franz the leader of a plot to rebuild the Nazi party wiped out by World War II? Gang, whatever you do and wherever you are, don't miss tomorrow's episode when Superman finds himself battling an army single-handed. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 17 of The Mystery of the Sleeping Beauty on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics Magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman forces a confession out of front, Grand Master of Illyria, and exposes him as a German Nazi, planning to take over the lost city.
Who's that calling on your shortwave receiver?
I do not know.
You know, and you're going to tell me, or I'll break you in two.
Stop. You're crushing me.
Talk and talk fast.
All right. I will tell you.
Go ahead.
I will tell you because it is too late for you or anyone else to do anything. Even now, an army of 5,000 armed Germans is approaching Illyria. I have gathered them from all over this continent. They are joining me here to take over the city and once more to build up the great and glorious Nazi state. Heil Hitler!
Gang, did you know that there's a giant eye which gazes up into the heavens and sees there, who knows, maybe the secret of life itself? This giant eye is the new Hale telescope, largest on Earth, designed and built to enable man to peer into the heavens and there to see and examine the most distant parts of the universe. It took 13 years to make this miraculous telescope, whose reflecting mirror, 200 inches wide, is a scientific and engineering achievement as nearly perfect as man can make it. But the result is worth the effort. For this window to the stars may one day show us the outposts of time and space, the mysteries of the world and of man. Planets and suns that we know nothing about may soon become known and understood by all of us. Yes, we know we live in a universe whose boundaries go even beyond our imagination. And now this new telescope may bring us closer to those boundaries for the ultimate benefit of all mankind. Now think for a second, gang. Can you see how, against this majestic and awesome background of time and space, the bickering and squabbling of people and nations becomes not only stupid, but ridiculous? For one look through the Hale telescope shows us very clearly that we are only one tiny part of the great universe, and our troubles and hatreds thereupon become so unimportant by comparison that we should be laughed at for making so much of them. So instead of spending our energies, our very lives, making wars and fighting our neighbors, let's all try to spend our energies finding out more about the fascinating world we live in and how we can do a better job of living in it. Now, don't you think so?
And now, the adventures of Superman. Yesterday, as you remember, Superman rescued Hercules from the gallows. And flying high over the thunderstruck crowd in the public square, the Man of Steel deposited the aged counselor in a forest clearing with Jimmy Olsen. Then, giving the boy and the old man instructions to wait for him, Superman flew back to the city to settle the score with Franz. Surprising him at a secretly installed shortwave radio, Superman forced him to admit he was a German Nazi who had escaped from Berlin. Suddenly, the radio receiver blurted out an urgent call in a German accent. Threatening to crush Franz in his bare hands, Superman once again forced the renegade Nazi to identify the voice on the radio. Franz admitted it was the leader of an army of 5,000 Germans on their way to take over Illyria, to use it as a secret base for rebuilding the Nazi state. Immediately, the Man of Steel flew to a hill just outside the open gates of the city. There, an amazing sight met his eyes.
I can see them now. Thousands of them, all armed to the teeth.
Stand back, Illyrians! Stand back and close the gates of your city! Hurry!
Now then, these big boulders piled up here will come in handy. Up with as big as what? Oh, this must weigh 5 tons. Now, into the air with it. Up, and away! There we are. Right over them. That's it. Look up. Here it comes. That's it. Now, back for another one. I'll keep this up as long as the rocks last. Away!
Swooping down for another huge boulder, Superman wages his own one-man bombing attack on Front's panic-stricken Nazi army, while the whole population of Illyria swarms to the gates to witness the miracle that is saving their city. But meanwhile, Front and a few of his traitorous henchmen are gathered in the Grand Palace. The Grand Master of Illyria is furious and desperate.
Who is this creature who flies? Where did he come from?
We do not know, sire. He appeared out of nowhere.
Did you not say that one of the guards saw 2 strangers, a man and a boy, in a public square behind the gallows?
That is so, sire.
Then where are they?
They disappeared.
So they disappeared. Into nowhere. And this devil appeared out of nowhere, huh? You're fools! All of you! Where are the other guards?
All but 2 have deserted.
Deserted, huh? Do they know how we treat deserters in the German army?
They say you tricked them, sire. And that now they will stand against you, even if it means their lives.
Ah, that is bad. It means these people are not as soft as I thought.
I fear, sire. Whatever thou wilt try is now doomed to failure.
We will see about that.
Thou hast plans?
Yes, I have plans. If I cannot use Illyria to rebuild the glorious Nazi state, then I will see to it that Illyria is wiped from the face of this earth. I will burn the city to the ground, so that nothing will be left but barren ashes.
But will not the creature with the red cape who flies stop thee?
He is too busy now. Come with me. Quickly.
And so, while Superman still battles relentlessly against a swiftly diminishing army, Front and the few henchmen who are still faithful to him light torches and proceed to set fire to the city of Illyria. Meanwhile, Hercamine and Jimmy wait impatiently in the forest clearing. For some time now, ominous sounds have been reaching them. Sounds they can neither identify nor understand.
Do you hear that, Hercamine?
Aye, my son. Curious sounds fill the air. Mayhap it's thunder.
Sounds more like there's some kind of a fight going on in Illyria. But what worries me is where's Superman and where's Clark Kent?
We must wait and be patient, boy.
I don't want to be patient anymore. They might be in trouble.
What wouldst thou do? Join the fray thyself?
Well, I guess you're too old. But, Hercamine, if there's a fight and if Mr. Kent is in trouble, I gotta help. Don't you see? I just gotta.
I understand, my son. We will set forth at once for Illyria. I shall lead the way. Come.
And so Jimmy Olsen and Hercamine start their journey toward the walls of the city. And even further away, a frail girl, the Princess Rev Peyton, hurries from her hut to her friend, the chief of a native tribe.
May I speak with you, Hero?
Speak, Princess.
I fear for my country. I fear for Hercamine, for Mr. Kent, and the stricken Dane.
What you want I do?
Will thou help me to find them?
White men say you wait here.
Aye, that I know, but I'm well rested now. 'Tis not disobedience which spurs me on, but the desire to help my friends. They may be in trouble.
Very well. I will order strongest and swiftest runners to carry you. I go before.
Good. Let us hasten then. Let us delay no longer.
At once, Princess. Dago, my Linda.
In a little while, Rev Peyton, the chief, and 2 runners set forth for her troubled land. Meanwhile, Hercamine and Jim are approaching that part of the wall outside Illyria where Superman had originally broken through.
Wait, James.
What's the matter, Hercamine?
Someone approaches.
Where? I don't see anyone.
Look, behind us.
We've been listened. It's the chief of the headhunters.
Aye, and with him is Rev Peyton, my princess.
Rev Peyton? Holy smokes. She shouldn't have come here. This is no place for a girl.
Hercamine, James, what has come to pass here? What is happening in Illyria?
We don't know ourselves. But whatever it is, it's something pretty terrible.
Can we climb this wall? Is it at all possible?
No, wall is too high.
We don't have to. There's a hole here we can crawl through. But you stay outside, Rev Peyton. Illyria's no place for you.
Nay, in my country's need. I will not think of protecting myself.
My princess, I am proud of thee. My teachings have not fallen on barren ears.
Well, Okay, it's just around the corner. Let's get going. Merciful heavens!
Nay, mine eyes do deceive me. Thunderstruck, our three friends catch their first glimpse of what is going on outside the gates of Illyria. It is a sight that makes them doubt even their own eyes. How far has Superman succeeded in hurling back the foe? We'll return in a moment to find out, so keep listening.
Gang, many's the time you've heard a fellow say, see that guy? Got bad blood. That's why he's so mean. Or, he comes from one of the oldest Boston families, a real blue blood. Well, all this talk sounds as if different people have blood of different colors and quality, as if you could have blue blood or bad blood. So let's get it cleared up once and for all. It's not true. Science tells us there are no differences in blood because of a person's skin color, the way he worships God, where he lives, or where he comes from. You can prick a fellow's finger and look at his blood, but you won't be able to tell a thing about him from that, except perhaps the state of his health. Now, science knows this to be absolutely true. And if you ask your big brothers who are veterans, I bet they'll tell you it's true, too. For many of our fighting men received blood transfusions during the war from patriotic Americans of every race and religion, from rich men and poor men, professors and laborers. Your own brother may be alive today because of blood plasma given to him by an Indian or a Mexican, a Buddhist or a Quaker, a Jew or a Catholic. Hasn't made your brother any different, has it? Then why should it make the people who gave it to him any different? There are 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. Anybody can have one of these types of blood. Now, type O can be mixed with any of the other types, but the rest can't be mixed with each other, or the patient will die. So you see, gang, the only thing that counts when you're getting a blood transfusion is whether or not the new blood is the same blood type as yours. Don't ever forget that, boys and girls. It's very well worth remembering.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Only a moment ago, we left our friends, Jimmy Olsen, Red Peyton, and Herkimer, staring with unbelieving eyes as they behold the incredible feats being performed by Superman outside the gates of Illyria. Steadily and relentlessly, he has been fighting his lone battle against a horde of armed Germans. He has torn stones from the mountains, trees by their roots from the ground, and hurled them in the face of tanks and guns. Now he is finishing off the last of the enemy in hand-to-hand combat.
Just look at him. He picks them off like they were flies.
It's unbelievable.
Anthony, James, look.
What frightens me, child?
What's the matter?
Look, over there. Flames are spouting from Francis' window.
Listen, Lizard, she's right. And from that house over there, too.
Aye, and that one there.
All of the air is stirring up these flames.
Mr. Kent, where's he? Where is he?
James, wait.
My boy, take care of the building. The rafters are about to fall.
I don't care. I gotta find Mr. Kent. I gotta find him.
Deaf to the warnings of Rev Peyton and Herkimer, Jim rushes toward the now furiously burning house, where helpless and aghast, his friends watch him stumble through the flaming door. Clark Kent is not in the fiery building. As Superman, he is still finishing off the last of the armed Germans. What will happen? How will Jim be saved from this new danger into which his young courage and loyalty to his friend has led him? Listen tomorrow for the final chapter of this exciting story on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman re-enters the gates of Illyria to find the city in flames and Jimmy Olsen trapped in a burning building.
The Slipping James is in that flaming building.
Jimmy, in that building?
He went in to save the life of Mr. Kent.
But the roof's about to collapse. I've got to save him. Up, up, and away!
Gang, how'd you like your pup to be judged the best of all the dogs of every breed in America's most important dog show? Well, thousands of people jammed Madison Square Garden last year just to see that lucky winner, Warlord of Mazzaline. Congratulations poured into Nate Levine, the man who handled and trained Warlord. But to Nate, it was just one more prize to add to his collection. For Nate Levine is the greatest dog handler in America, and winning prizes is an old story to him. You see, Nate won his first prize when he was all of 10 years old, and he hasn't stopped winning ever since. He won that first prize of his with a lovely little collie named Pine Ridge Sweet Mary. It was something to see when that 10-year-old kid proudly walked up to accept the coveted award he had snatched from under the noses of the professional dog trainers. Well, that started him on his career, and he's stuck to it ever since. But when it comes to naming his favorite kind of dog, Nate can't do it. I just can't pick a favorite breed. I don't have any, he told us. There are wonderful dogs of every type and kind. Wonderful collies, boxers, Scotties. After all, dogs are very much like people. Just as you don't have all the best people belonging to only one race, so you don't have all the best dogs belonging to only one breed. I like a dog because of its individual qualities, and not because it happens to be born a member of a certain breed. Well, Nate, you should know. Gang, at the end of this program, we'll give you some training tips for your dog from Nate Levine. Be sure to listen.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Yesterday, if you remember, Superman, single-handed, met the armed German invaders at the gates of Illyria, determined to wipe them out. The troubled people gathered to watch the battle, and looking on, learned that a ruthless enemy must be met with ruthless force. But meanwhile, within the city itself, Front and his henchmen resolved that if they could not conquer Illyria, they would destroy it. And so they started to set fire to the houses, the public buildings, the museums, beginning with Front's own palace. This furious blaze was the first to meet the startled eyes of Jimmy Olsen, Rev Peyton, and Hercamine as they entered the city in search of Clark Kent.
Look over there.
The house of France in flames.
Who could have done this? Surely none of the enemy had entered these walls while Superman standed without.
France himself must have committed its lowest of crimes.
Mr. Kent, he said he was coming back here to see France. Think of this. He must be in that burning house. I'm going after him.
Wait, James. It is too dangerous.
It will do me no good to take senseless chances.
I'm not going to wait. Not another minute.
Hercules, they must stop him.
It is useless. His friend is in danger. And...
Look, he enters the blazing building even now.
Aye, may the heavens watch over him.
Hello, Rev Peyton. Hercamine. Where's Jim?
Superman.
What's the matter?
This is Slipping James. We are concerned for him.
Oh, where is he?
You see, his friend, Mr. Kent.
And despite all our warnings, he ran even now into yon blazing house.
You mean Jim in that inferno? Wait, Scott, I've got to go after him. Up, up, and away! Oh, the smoke is thick. Jim! Jim, where are you? Jim, answer me! Uh-oh. Roof's starting to collapse. Got to find that boy. Poor kid, he went in to save me. Jim! Jim, do you hear me? Wait a minute. I heard something. Oh, there, over toward the right. That's Jim under a fallen beam. Get a hold of it here. Up with it. There. Okay, Jim, you're all right now. I've got you, boy. Up, up, and away! Okay, Jim. It's okay. Come on, boy. Open your eyes.
Listen, listen. Where am I?
You're with me, Jim.
With you? Oh, Superman.
That's right. Now breathe deeply. Get that smoke out of your lungs.
I'm all right now.
I hope so. You know enough not to run into burning buildings? I got to you just in time.
Yep. Mr. Kent. I didn't find Mr. Kent.
Oh, he's okay. You don't have to worry about him.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Yeah, if you say so. See, I feel like a 10-ton truck lifted off my chest.
Well, that means your lungs are clear, but keep on taking deep breaths.
Oh, I'm fine. Honest, I am. But, hey, look. Superman. All of Illyria's burning, the whole city.
Yes, Franz did that part of his job well.
But you took care of the Nazis that were trying to get in, didn't you?
Yes, I don't think they'll bother anyone again, Jim.
Yeah, I saw you slugging it out with them. Gee, that was something.
No more than they deserve. Say, look, Jim. Rev Peyton and Herkimer are running toward us. Let's go and meet them.
Sure thing.
Come on.
Rev Peyton.
Let's go, indeed, Jim. I was frightened for you.
Oh, it was nothing. I'm fine.
I am glad I am for that.
It was a brave thing to do, lad, but foolhardy.
Well, it's all over and done with now. No sense talking about it anymore.
Thou dost not welcome this discussion of brave deeds, Superman? Well, perhaps then thou wouldst take it amiss were I to thank thee in the name of Illyria for saving us from the invader.
Oh, I'm glad I could help, but, you know, back home we've learned that it's our business to worry about our friends as well as about ourselves.
Aye, and we in Illyria understand that, too. Now that we've seen again that freedom must be fought for. Look how the people swarm now from the gate. Wonder and fury still in their faces.
Let's get to work and start putting the fires out.
Nay, Superman. From the bottom of my heart, I thank thee. But the homes of my people are already too far gone for thee to save now. Whatever there is to salvage, they must start to do themselves.
I understand, Herkimer. You're a wise man.
I thank thee, Superman. But I await the decision of my people. Whatever their fate, I will share it with them. People of Illyria, gather water and sand and put the flames to rest. They are your homes to be fought for and saved by you alone.
And so, even in the face of tragedy, courage and the hope for life surge up in the hearts of Illyria's people. Confronted with a ruined city, they do not surrender themselves to despair, because on this day they witnessed a sight which gave them new courage and new life. The invader has been repulsed. Now they fight to save what they can of the glories of Illyria. We'll return in a moment to learn more. So keep listening.
Gang, here are some tips from Nate Levine, one of the greatest dog handlers in the country, on how you can train your dog to win at the dog shows. One thing Nate told us: never hit a dog. If you hit a dog, it'll become afraid of a hand and unable to take direction. Now, that doesn't mean you're to let a dog do anything he wants to. Be firm with him, but never rough. Don't let him go right if you want him to go left. Use the leash to train him, but don't hit. And when your pup has done something well, let him know it. Give him a pat or a special treat and let him know you're pleased. If you're preparing your dog for a dog show, you've got to watch the way he walks, his gait it's called, and see that he moves properly. There are different gaits for different breeds, and your dog must have the proper gait if he's going to bring home a prize. You've also got to train him to acquire the mannerisms of the type of breed he represents. He must be able to take the kind of pose at the dog show which is correct for his breed. Now, all this takes a lot of practice. It's no cinch. So make sure you practice posing your dog and training him at home so that when he comes to the show, he'll know what to do and how to do it. Right now, Nate Levine is busy training dogs for the big Morrison Essex show that's going to be held May 22nd. It's the biggest outdoor show in the world. And Nate will be entering some collies, boxers, beagles, and Shetland sheepdogs. Nate always enters many breeds because, well, he believes that there are fine dogs of every type, and he judges them just as he judges his friends, as individuals. Well, good luck, Nate, and may the best dog win.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Superman, having subdued the invading German army, finds that Jimmy has entered a burning building in search of Clark Kent and rescues him just as the house collapses. The two then rejoin Herkimer and Rev Peyton. Together they watch as other houses and buildings leap into flames. But Herkimer insists that this time his own people must start the fight for their homes. As we rejoin them now, the people of Illyria and Superman are engaged in the heroic task of putting out the leaping flames and salvaging what little they can from France's tour of destruction. Listen.
See, the people are aroused against France.
That's not so good, Herkimer. They might get out of hand.
They look like they're ready to burn him in oil.
I have never seen our people so overawed.
Shall we follow them?
I'd like to get to Franz first. I've got something to settle with him.
They caught him. Look, they've got him, and the two guards with him.
Now they move towards the square. Let us hasten there.
Franz trembling. He feels at the people's wrath.
They got something to be afraid of. They're not kidding now.
But this is not the way. There are other means of dealing with traitors.
Hey, look what they're doing.
Aye, leading him to the very scaffold whereon I stood only a few hours before.
Well, Hercules.
Yes, Franz built that scaffold to hang Herkimer.
Boy, oh boy, some twist. And now they've got him there. Hang him! Death to the traitor!
Superman, this is not good either.
No, Herkimer. You stay here with Rev Peyton and Jimmy. You'll see, Jim. I better handle this my own way. Now, right over the heads of the crowd to the scaffold. Away! People of Illyria, listen to me. I beg of you, listen. People of Illyria, all that I wish to say is this. You saw yourselves how on false evidence and wicked accusations the Princess Rev Peyton and the wise Hercamine were condemned to death. They were condemned without benefit of fair trial. Now, here on this scaffold, you are doing the same thing to Franz. He is guilty. He betrayed us. Yes, I believe he is guilty. But he still has the right to a fair trial in a court of law where his punishment must be decided with reason, with wisdom, and with justice. Trial is the first foundation of a true democracy.
The great Superman speaks wisdom, my people.
And Superman is right.
Let justice be the first cornerstone of the new Illyria, which will arise from the ashes of the old. For no matter what the trials and tribulations, justice will always triumph.
So the mystery of Princess Rev Peyton, the Sleeping Beauty, comes to an end. And shortly, Superman, with Jimmy Olsen in his arms, will be speeding back toward Metropolis, where, all unknown to him, a new and baffling adventure is already taking shape and form. Fellows and girls, beginning Monday, Superman, with the help of Batman and Robin, tackles a sinister and mysterious menace in Chapter 1 of The Secret of Meteor Island. Don't miss it. It's one of the strangest stories you'll ever hear. Listen Monday, same time, same station, for the beginning of The Secret of Meteor Island on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your Mutual station for Captain Midnight, which follows in just a moment. And right after Captain Midnight, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Ralston Straight Shooter. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.